about these top four. We're used to seeing them play in fives, best of sevens. A shame that we'll only really be seeing them in action series before the finals. But when you think of where it is right now, it's more than just the meta that's in flux. Even they are in their metapod or Kakuna phase for those Pokemon fans, because they changed their jungler. Like, this is Uni right now. We're so used to it being the Sky Prince, the MVP of MSC 2024 in Sekais, but it's Uni who's playing, and they got to this point with Uni. And folks, it's not like he got lost along the way in Paris. Like, he's still on the team. It's just this is the shape that SRG is in now going into game. Atlas, Selena, get out of here. Freya, Marcel, out of here. What does this leave open? I'd say think of that whole Nolan Hirara trade. Think of if you want to get rid of Melissa this early on.
Oof. If they don't get it, I'm expecting the trade is probably going to be for the Melissa. If not that, then the Barretts. Like, both these teams obviously want the Barretts. We have seen that go blue side.
There it is.
Priority, they will take out the Melissa, though. So ONIC's going to go ahead and take that. If this is... So now the choice is Harara or Barretts. What do you ban out if you're SRG? You know, you kind of have to decide from there.
You know what? I think there's enough reps to just give Irie the Hirara, then play from there. Again, you're going to get the winning Nolan trade anyways. Consider this as well. Midweek patch, right? Changed very little. I believe Kaja should not be available for play just yet, in case there's, like, you know, the 100 people in chat asking where's the new Kaja. He's reworked, so don't even think about it. But Gord nerfed, and Arya slightly buffed. I guess that's the reason why we saw her get played in a couple of games this past week.
Yeah, I shed a tear for Gord, you know, because he had his moment. I guess I should be happy that it lasted as long as it did.
Yes.
You know, but it was time for a change, and I got a chance to try the Kaja too, man. You know, I don't. Again, we probably won't see it here, obviously, but look forward to it in the future, because I think it was a really fun change that that Kaja went through. Now Barrett's being banned out, so you know they're taking their time, but I'm still expecting this just to be the Hirara trade, unless ONIC is deciding to do something else. We got ONIC fans out there too. Love the stickers, and you know, quite a lot of fans being able to go ahead and meet the teams. I think that's been amazing. Whoa, a Paquito first pick instead.
Okay, so instead of it being the telegraphed Hirara into Nolan, because again the Nolan wins at about 60%, they go for the flex in blue. So this is Coach Chewe, Coach Yeb going, yeah, we're on blue. We're going to get the priority, and we're going to control the draft. We're going to flex on y'all into blue 4-5. How does SRG answer back? I don't know if it's worth it to put Hirara on Uni and then grab something else like a Valentina this early on to kind of block out potential fake outs. But also, considering Barats is out already, they might invest in like a solid XP lane like an Esmeralda. Esmeralda wins against Paquito.
Yeah, maybe just get it early, otherwise they could risk it going over on the flip side to ONIC. They're going to go with the Hirara, though. Belric was kind of what I expected, though, to be one of the... That's usually what happens over on the first phase for red side once they see that blue priority. So you get the Belric, now you have the Hirara, which makes sense, because also Belric picked up so much when it is first pick blue side Hirara, because it just kind of helps, you know, lock down who you need to with the Wrath of Dryads, but playmaking potential. Now the thing, though, is, Leo, like we've seen, I think the meta with some of these top heroes being picked up, there's more flexing happening, you know, and some teams have tested. Even saw the likes of a Rome Valentina come through. Obviously, the Valentina Novario combo that was today. Belric can be parked in the XP lane, not just in that Rome. And there's a whole lot of that you can actually play around with. But this seems pretty standard. We'll see exactly where he's going with this on their third pick. But with the Uranus over there, so now you know, all right?
Do
Paquito, you? Is he going jungle?
Do you?
Right?
Here's the thing. By Uranus going blue 2-3, you don't know where the Paquito's going. And again, throwing back to as far back as like 8 months back, we've seen Uranus in the jungle. So who knows what ONIC is cooking?
Oh, that's true. And now that we've seen Valentina in the Rome, Paquito can go in the gold. Oh man,
yeah, nothing is set in stone. This is a
mind games.
This is a very flex after they've gotten blue 1-3. Red 3 though, closing up. Look at SRG. all cards on the table. This is most likely an EXP Ruby, like 90%.
Yeah, 90%. I mean, there's still a world where it's like, oh, remember the day of, you know, Gold Lane Ruby. That can still be a thing, right?
But
Gold
it's
Lane
cram, though. It's cram.
Yeah, it's cram. It has to be going over in that XP. So Bigetron, pretty straightforward, I would say, for SRG, which leaves still wonder what they're going to put, you know, exactly 100% what is going in the jungle for the hands of Kyrie. You see that out there, too. You know, Kyrie diff. I think a lot of people have been looking at these junglers that we've seen so well over the years now, you know, to these star players and everything else. And you think, okay, well, this is kind of the assassin meta, right? So they should be able to do this, this, and this. And things for sure is the compositions now are so, even more so, I feel like, really based around allowing your jungler to get that momentum building early on, scale up from there, and then let them just kind of take a game. And that's why we have such fast games. I'm not sure exactly on average game time of games of the future, but it's definitely maybe that 50 less minute mark. We've had a handful of games maybe only go 20 plus minutes. I mean, we're asking desperately so we could have an evolved Lord, you know, because I kind of forgot that, you know, it's been so long in some of the games where it's like, man, where's the evolved Lord going? We haven't seen him in a while, right? Because all these games ending 15 sub 15 has been the case. So last couple bans will tell us with it. The Dairoth being banned out by ONIC, Harley on the other side. So even SRG isn't 100% sure yet. So they're going to go and just cover the base, ban out Harley.
Because of how flexible either side is and this abomination of a metagame that Moonton has concocted for us, both sides are flexing really hard. That's why those bans are so weird. An XP laner, a jungler, a mid laner, a roamer. I can't remember the last time a metagame was this in flux. So Red 4, the pick for SRG, I'd say lock in that gold laner right now. Show us. Leave the mid so that you can kind of prio balance that with the Belleric with Red 5. So yeah. I'd say expose that gold lane right now. I'm sure Innocent can handle it, whatever it is. Like, if it's going to be a Moskov, oh, that would be really good. Oh, instead, it's a mid laner first.
Okay, Kimmy. So they want to hold on to Innocent's pick. Get with the Kimmy. They have a whole lot of crowd control, man. Like, this is so much crowd control that SRG is looking to potentially play with. Right now, there's a lot of, you know, and Soka potential that ONIC can utilize here. Valentina most likely will just... You got a couple options, actually. Do you want to take the Wrath of the Dryad, that ultimate from Belric, or do you want to go ahead and take the ultimate of Ruby, the I'm Offended? There's some great setup potential there. Now, these next two picks will put all the pieces to the puzzle for ONIC.
They need crowd control. Now you mentioned it. There's that crowd control. Massive source. The Guinevere, which we still don't know where it's going. Again, there's a world where it's actually going in a Keyboy's hands.
Okay.
And it's not. It's a Jungle Gwyn, Matilda.
Yeah.
Gold lane pack. This kind of makes sense now. It's like a well-written Nolan film, or the very first one, and maybe a little bit of Tenet. So, you know, it's non-linear drafting.
Okay, non-linear drafting. I like how it doesn't, you know, come to fruition until the very end, though. You know, then we really know where it's going. But dude, this Matilda yesterday alone caused so much trouble for the opposing, because again, mobility, right? Shields. Pretty good poke, I'd say, too, after she got that buff back when that last couple patches ago, when she got that buff on her wisps. You know, she's able to actually go ahead and poke. You pair it up with this Guinevere, who gives you also great crowd control. And now the answer, okay. So Esmeralda's open, might as well. We know there's shields that are going to be popping up over here. You get the Esmeralda, go ahead and deal with that. This is the eternal battle in the XP lane. Not too much is going to happen there, but everything will happen around these objectives. Now, Leo, real quick before we jump into the game, who are you lords for game one? Again, it's a best of 3. You can only do so much in 3 games, and that's hopefully what we get. Where are you going towards for game 1?
I really like how decisive ONIC are. I was so sure that Cram was going to get his hands on the Ruby, but the 10% swing, again, the fact that there was an ungodly amount of shields forced them to throw it into the hands of Innocent. And then they picked the Esmeralda, Red 5, to answer all of the aforementioned shields. So with that said, I'm ONIC. Yeah, sure, you get solutions, but at the end of the day, who's the beatdown? Who's dictating what you're allowed to do? that's ONIC. So I'll say ONIC had a better plan. Yes, SRG did get the pivot, but going into game number 1, I'm with the squad who says, this is what we're going to do. What you going to do about it?
Okay. Well, we're going to have to wait to jump into the game. Again, first game of the day. Want to make sure that they have everything settled for our players here. Granted that it is 3 games. Got to go ahead and get the best situation for our players. Now, one thing's for sure. I think it's felt this way, man, where it's like the drafting, because of the nature of having these heroes that can be flexed, having these kind of surprises, especially when it's like the last, 2 picks on both sides of the last, let's say the last pick for a red side there, that red 5 pick. There's so much that can happen here, but one thing is that it feels almost coin flippy in a way, where it's like, okay, there's clear strategy happening in the draft. Sometimes with certain teams, right, even at this highest level like this with ONIC and SRG, some of these team fights are kind of weird, because even if you have a lead, 5,000-6,000 gold, it's gotten to this place where, again, think what Aurora has showed us that she's capable of doing. The way she's on the map and everything else. Sometimes you think you have a team fight won, and then she escapes. Well, Matilda helps you do that. So here we go. We're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the semi-final for the games of the future. We got a best of 3. One of these teams will move on to the grand, and one will be knocked down to that 3rd place match. So let's go ahead and jump into this one.
Good priority coming in from SRG is that the Kimmy and the Bellerix engagements allow for this duo to kind of play toe-to-toe against a very deadly Matilda and Valentina combo. So that allows SRG to cover first. Cram coming in to help equalize to get that little Wanderer, and that allows SRG to go up maybe about 100, 200 gold.
All right, a little bit of early poking happening here in the mid lane. Of course, this is kind of what we expected. It's funny because the matches yesterday, I felt like were a little more, in terms of the mid lane, you didn't see, when it got to game 3, you didn't see that crazy go-to strategy where it's like this whole, pre-first turtle is, let's see if we can get some battle spells out. Let's see if we can actually cause some havoc here, potentially get a first blood. But when that doesn't happen, it's kind of more of a stalemate into that first turtle. Then you're like, okay, eventually this big fight is going to break out. Looks like they're going to go for Crank. It's tanky enough, though.
Ooh.
All right.
Given that was just a 3-man gank, ONIC tried, and you can see how early on, even without items, Keyboy's Wisps hurt. But again, Cram, no worries there. Did not need to pop the Purify, just needed to regen, so that's a free resource. Turtle spawns in the upper quarter. A good start for the bottom lane as well. Sans here in trouble, forced to flicker back. Stormy wants to finish the job, finds it. SRG draws first blood. Up top though, they force a Purify from Cram, and they will trade off full. SRG's team captain's down. Here comes SRG coming for the clapback. Down goes Kyrie. Uni takes him down. ONIC out of jungler, circling Eagle, knocking up one, but Stormy gets away. Purify through, and Uni finds Keyboy. Lootpi gonna dash on back. SRG win across 2 lanes.
Oh man, that was really good from SRG, and this should result in them getting this turtle, because I don't think Kyrie's gonna be there in time, as he's just going to grab his buff. And Yum's setting up, so Uni able to secure the objective, and some kills too. Again, 2 kills in the hands of Uni on a Hirara. Now, usually when the Hirara is picked up, we've seen it go to a point. It might struggle a little bit in the early game, but if you get some early kills and you're moving the way Uni's moving, this is why people have been so impressed by Uni. Again, Sakai's amazing jungler, but Uni, when he's even back in Paris, people are like, how would this pan out? Well, now Uni starting strong in game 1 against ONIC to get SRG to finals here. This is something that can snowball out of control if you're ONIC, and you gotta be a little cautious about this, because the way that just Harari can do some crazy things. This is why I was saying it almost felt coin flippy because of her kit, and that's why if you're gonna pick a Guinevere, which we saw ban quite a bit of times, they can still play with that potential to go in spatial migration, Requiem combo. But what they can't let happen here, Leo, is those stacks to build on the Sky Piercer of Uni. Remember when we've seen a fully stacked Sky Piercer Hirara, how dangerous it can be.
I don't think dangerous is the word to describe it. Unfair is a little more appropriate. Selangor now crossing over to the lower quarter of the map. They know that they have the initiative here. They have tempo on their side. They're forcing Kelra back. And here's the issue with a Uranus, right? If you're holding the map hostage, you're winning. But if your opponent there, you're kind of just a big meat shield, a walking ward. Your vision that floats and moves around. So I think that's what Selangor Red Giants are taking advantage of, the fact that they've isolated Lutfi from it's basically Cram calling the shots, holding down the lane, and then he'll be able to make it back after expanding rivers. Turtle spawns lower quarter. Let's see how ONIC close this gap. 700, 600 gold lead.
Yeah, it's not too much. Turtle's going to be up, but they'll make their way down here. Again, expanding rivers is the map, so quick rotation for the objectives. SRG doesn't just start this up blindly, though. They do meet Lutfi here in the mid lane. They knew he was going to rotate down, but not really able to do too much. Cram, picking up a Enchanted Talisman. Now they'll decide to go ahead and start up this turtle. Kelra's getting a good push, though, into that turret. Turtle secured.
What a yeet coming in from Kyrie. That is the pulse thrown out by Stormy. No one home. That's an interesting start. I think Selangor Giants were overthinking it. They were considering we can take it slow. We have them by the ropes. Nick says, nah, we have you by the ropes. All this while, Kelra doesn't even care. I think he paid for that coaching session with that turret down bottom, and he said, I'm going to get my reps. I will get my sandbag, and he will get a slow push. I don't think Innocent can stop this.
Yeah, again, I think he was treating that like a bag, basically, as the turret falls. Kelra just goes ahead, converts a turret for ONIC, plus getting that turtle helps them. Again, it's not a big lead or anything, but SRG was maintaining a small one and pretty much been taken care of. Sans holding on to his own round for the dry end here. This is a very paced game in terms of fighting, because again, both teams' compositions are that way, right? Uni wants to get stacks, he wants to get kills, which he started. But ONIC responds by just things down. If they can steal objectives, kind of take them away from SRG, like that turret and like that turtle, be with that. Because, again, they're fighting into this game of, we've got utility, right? I think that's the biggest thing on their side, is they've got utility to work with. And they have to be a little more, they have to play a little more with these team fights, just because of the crowd control overload.
Oh!
Okay, Yumes
coming in, flicker out the Dryad, stack pending on Sans, but he gets away. Uni says, I will get mine. Couple of iframes already. Kyrie looking for his man, finds it. Dash and wreck, closing the gap. Uni overextended himself. Selangor Red Giants already down about 1,000 gold. They miscalculated how much range they could play with. ONIC are calling the shots. Kelra books another membership up top. He has a second punching bag to deal with.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and take that one down too. Last turtle is up. Again, Uni getting punished there. Loses a little bit of those stacks, of course, that he built up here with the Sky Piercer. And now Kelra continues to push. Someone's going to have to go deal with him. If he continues to do this, he might rotate down with the expanding rivers. Just cure this third turtle. It's being held here. It's going to go for a reset. Kelra makes his way. Sounds will clear out the wave. He doesn't have an ultimate stolen yet.
Lutfi doesn't hear, man. This is best case scenario. ONIC have forced SRG to respond, but the Giants will take the turtle, and Lutfi continues.
No.
ONIC did not get to take advantage of Lutfi's spacing. Oh, he does pop the consecration there, holding on to Purify. What is ONIC playing here? What's the long-term benefit of playing footsies like that? Getting anything in return? SRG have effectively closed the gap. They stopped the bleeding. Joseph, there's just barely 2,000 between them. That could have definitely gotten worse, but SRG put a bandage. In comes Kelra. Punches Innocent in the face. Finds Keyboy, and it's enough to stop him. That traction pulse stops the rest of them. Now Uni finds coming in with one dash, an iframe. A little bit more left in the tank. Uni wants stacks. Finds Keyboy. Takes a bit of damage from Kelra. Punch to the face. Spell Vamp will keep him top. Just like that, a domino effect. SRG now close the gap once again. Barely 500 between them.
Well, I don't know. You asked me what was the play, what was the long game here for ONIC. Well, I think they're losing control of the potential for something to happen here, Leo, because now the tier 2 turret up top most likely going to go down as SRG is controlling the space. They do clear out the wave, but it's under half health now. And with a Lord coming up in about 45 seconds, SRG is showing that right now they just have kind of this more damage to work with. I mean, Keyboy was deleted there, it seemed like, from Uni. You know, he's able to go and happen. And maybe this will tell us why. The items that we're looking at right now, you can see a bit of a difference over there for the XP, the mid, and the jungle, obviously. But one of the biggest things, again, is just the threat of Astana Hirara. Even without the crazy amount of damage that we're used to seeing with marksmen, for example, when they get that whole that trinity of items set up, it's just the amount of burst and ability they can work with here. And here's one of the things ONIC has to do is, you know, again, crowd control being SRG's one of their biggest favorites. Thought earlier in one of the team fights where if your Wrath of the Drider, I'm Offended, and even the Traction Pulse don't land the way that they want them to, then you can re-engage into the fight and make something happen with themselves. Kelra more so just wait for that opening, you know, that's one of the main things. He's just been punching turrets. Well, pretty soon he's going to have to start punching SRG here. This Lord is up and slowly worked on, but they can go ahead and just delay this further. There will be a wave cleared up top by Uni as they go ahead and get ready to take this. They might just look for a fight. Conceal's used. Okay.
Lord here, taking quite a bit, down to a quarter. Uni, Lutpi holding down, left mid brush, taking a few hits from Stormy. Lord gets reset. No action. Coming in! Big 3-man! Make it a 4-man! Requiem coming through! But the damage isn't true. Kelra couldn't get the right punches. There's the stolen Wrath of the Dryad. Yums or Cram putting a bit of damage, dancing around him. Shields for you, shields for me. Down goes Stormy. Stance finds him. Now Innocent falls. SRG are down 2 men. Yums running away. He's burning. He's burning. He lives. And now the iframe tames Uni as well. But another circling eagle. Does this ult not have a cone? ONIC are happy with what they got. Cram maybe one more, make it 3. They missed a hat trick. Uni iframes through, but Kelra catches him in the chin. And now Cram might fall, but Cram does find Kelra first. 3 for 1. Massive win for ONIC. We're going back and forth here, Joseph, as Kyrie threatens another ult, and he finds it. The Requiem plus the stolen Wrath of the Dryads once again. The pulse won't stop it. Keyboy falls. Hume still alive. Lutpi trying to put Ionic. Kyrie gets a double. Now Stormy gonna be up next. Kyrie! Stormy gets taken down. Innocent. Not enough lifesteal on this Ruby. That's a wipeout. ONIC go for the Lord.
They played the long game, Leo. What a team fight. That was dragged out so much that we saw, what, 2, 3 circling eagles and a bunch of setup potential, and they're going to be able to secure themselves a Lord here. But man, talk about patience. You know, being able to maneuver around that, you know, Calra able to go ahead and secure there when he needed to, but then it was just Lutpi being that front line bulwark, and then playing around Keyboard, guiding wind, and circling eagle, allowing Kyrie the opportunity to find the right moments of, okay, I can jump in here with that spatial migration, violent requiem when it's up, and make it happen. These are such long and extended team fights. And think, the last time we used to see this is every single time there was a revitalize on the play. But now there isn't. It's just these compositions. They allow these long team fights to happen. And now for SRG, they're going to lose some real estate across the map. The top tier 2 goes down. Kyrie pushes that. They try to deal with this Lord as it's going to slowly make its way to the base turret. Meanwhile, it should go down next. But
I'll tell you now,
knocking on the base.
It's cooldown and spell vamp. That's what's causing all of this. And they're forcing Purifies. As soon as ONIC finds that, they go for the kill. Threatening that push on the bottom lane inhibitor. Mid falls. Lutpi taken down by Uni. Stacks traded here and there. Gets one up. Some key item pickups for Selangor Red Giants. ONIC are happy with what they did. Outer turrets for Malaysia's champions.
Okay. They find Lutpi. I'm so surprised that he goes down that quick. But yeah, they lose some Holy Defense Shield. Now SRG's looking for a potential play here. Kyrie sees them.
Oh, massive Requiem finds 3. Comes in for another circling eagle. nerves up Innocent, and now even Yooms won't survive. Cram is dancing away his troubles. He thankfully has enough tankiness. Flicker and combo coming in from the gold standard. Down goes Uni. Cram the only one left. It's a wipeout. KK gets 2 KO, and now they go straight for the inhibitor. And I think this is where we say, that's it.
ONIC played the long game in this best of 3 against SRG. The sustainability. for being a part of this. You know, it's been a pleasure. And now going into, we have to make some adjustments. I would say, especially if you're SRG off of that, kind of the way the game unfolded, it was such an extended game, Leo, like this fourth. And I don't know, maybe we got to start banning the Matilda out.
I'd like to think it's less extended because, let's be honest, Joseph, you and I have been doing this for the better part of a decade. We've seen longer fights. We've seen longer
It's a new
games.
era.
I think we're just normalizing. Yeah, no, it's such a new space in MLBB Esports that everything that throws back to anything older is weird. So here I am, just with an open mind. I don't want to panic ban anything. If you ask me, there's a world where they just go back to their original bans, because there's a world where SRG actually won game 1.
That's true. I would say, I'm trying to think, if they let the Matilda go, I think they just have to change the order of the draft or do what we saw yesterday, man, where it was basically a Filipino Ube versus the Turkish Delight, right?
Yeah.
Because it was a Matilda on one lineup and then a Raphael on the other, right? And that might be one of the things where it's like, okay, if we see a Matilda, let's just grab a Raph or something else, that can help kind of match up to that.
To be fair, these two teams have gone too deep into the Southeast Asian macro that they can't, I think, based on how they're working, right? On the flip of a dime, switch over to something closer to the Turkish Delight. I think they've, even with Uni, right? Even with the switch up on Uni, even with, Kelra being there, if anything, that makes it worse, because Kelra actually spent a good amount of his career a Filipino macro-centric metagame. So I'd say focus more on the task at hand. And look at that. There's only one ban that changed, man. It's just the Paquito. And just then everything else stuck. Do we go... Would you go blue one Barats or blue one Beleric?
I think oh man, I think this is going to be blue one Barats. They don't want to give that over to Lupi
or Hirara.
Oh, that's the tough choice. That's a tough one, because even Harara was okay for Uni the last game, right? He was getting some stacks and Sky Piercer and everything moved across the map. But I think having a Barrett would actually help them. They just have to be willing to trade that. So, dude, I think you give it over to Cram. You have to take this Barrett's. Okay, there you go.
But ONIC are gonna make it so worth it. They can go Hirara and Beleric. Exactly. I mean, that's what SRG got in game 1 and still lost. But
yeah,
ONIC knows the tempo. At least ONIC now knows this is the kind of game we're playing. It's more Southeast Asian flavor.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, look at this man
if
flexing.
they decide to do that. Yeah. Was that a World Collector?
There's another rank now, Joseph. There's a new rank.
There? What's the new rank?
It's not what I am. I want to get there.
It's after World Collector. Yeah. What Universe Collector? Is that what we're?
Let me double check.
What's better than World Collector, man? Like, what is the above of World? I would think Universe
or Galaxy.
Or Galaxy. Speaking of Galaxy, Uranus is going to be picked up.
It's in the advanced server, so we don't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
Right?
We don't have it yet.
Man's the World Collector. There it is. A Galactic Warden in Uranus. And the Hirara. Okay, so they wanted an answer to the Barats first. So,
yeah.
Uranus.
Okay, where they go with the Uranus here. So that's fine. The Harara going to the head of Kyrie. I'd be a little worried if I was SRG, because, Kyrie, I think he's really excels at the Hirara. Some junglers, do it better than others, but nonetheless, she's still kind of broken, right? I think just the mobility that she has. But that's why the catch is so important. I think that's why Barrett's first pick Blues is actually very valuable here. Not only do you take it out of the hands of Loopy, but it allows you to go ahead and get that potential setup. You alleviate some of the pressure on your roam, and you go with that. Now, they're also going to go ahead and lock in the jungle and the gold lane already by taking up the Harley, which we saw Banley, and then they get the Brody.
Okay, good amount of burst coming in. You want to be able to take advantage of whoever gets caught in Detna's welcome. Good global presence here. Fans from all over the world in the stadium, supporting their favorite fans, their favorite as hardcore fans for games of the future. I love it. How does ONIC close up? Do they find an answer to the Brody immediately? What else do we have left? Do we want to see... does Keller go fighter again? Is a good question.
Could he go for the Brody? Is that something you'd really want to do? Or maybe he just matches range for range and gets the Clint, unless it's going to be banned out. I think it's funny. Okay, there is a Matilda ban, so that respect is going to come through. But it's interesting, man. Like, I feel like even now, we're seeing the meta's not changing a bunch, but it's like slightly shifting, right? There are some shifts here happening. I think one of them is like even the Claude. The Claude has kind of been a more of a struggle, right? Because even back in Paris, we saw so much Claude, Moskov, the likes of that, and then eventually some of these other pickup, like the Melissa, like the Brody, couple fighters sprinkled into there too. But I think in this case, maybe you just go the Clint, unless it's going to be one of these bans from SRG.
The Claude just doesn't fit the whole game plan or the pacing. Paris meta game once allowed, but now maybe? I don't know. Especially since you have the Brody who kind of waits for that mid-game power spike as well. Loyi gets banned out. Mid is kind of tight. I gotta say it now. Mid is kind of tight. If some way, somehow, Selangor end up with the Eudora in mid, then that's an early game snowball that they're looking at. We might go to game 3.
Okay, I would like the game 3, man, if they can. Loyi is interesting. Go with the Loyi ban, which I don't think we've seen picked up yet. If it has, it's only probably popped up maybe once or twice, even in the group stage. I'm take a look. But the Loyi being a surprising ban, you're still going to have that last ban here for ONIC. See what they decide to go with. They're still honing in on the Rome. So, oh no, they're going to go for the Eudora.
Yep, read into it. If they let SRG get it, and it doesn't really fit there, then even with chunky boys like Belleric and Uranus, they will lose out on that early game pressure. So one more ban for SRG. I think mid is safe. I think both teams are kind of like, okay, whatever's left in mid, we'll play it out.
Okay, Loyi was picked up twice.
Yeah. Do they force a gold lane? Do they force a selection of a gold lane? Could that be? I don't know if it's a good idea against Kelra. Kelra has amazing
against
hero pool.
You have just such a hero pool that you can dip into here, man. Like I said, if they want to, maybe they could have gone the Clint, banned it out, but they go the Rafaela instead. So, you know, two of the heroes that we thought would be picked up, either that Matilda or the Rafaela, or at least the answers to each other, they actually get answered in the draft. There's the Clint. I called it. That Brody was picked up early on, so you might as well play range for range. Clint really helps with that. Again, these are like one of the two heroes too that usually gets picked up against a Melissa, if that's the case, and they still go with a traditional marksman. But this is also just really helpful because when you have a Brody paired up with a Harley, you know, your whole job is, let me get these marks off. You got that little stun that can come into, but then you have enough safe distance to try to stay away from getting, you know, the Dryad or having loot be in your face here if you're innocent. But even so, trying to stay away from Kyrie, man, is something that have to happen. You know, a lot of people out there believe in ONIC's going to 2-0 this. Well, SRG, I would say, has a game plan to make sure that doesn't happen.
Astana loves ONIC. Wow, Astana is Sonic City. Selangor Giants close off the draft with a Valentina and a Glue. So that mid lane ult stealer goes over to the other side. What does play in mid? What goes into the hands of Sans here?
Is he just mid-range? Farsa?
Yeah, mid-range is where SRG plays, so maybe, yeah, Farsa with Flicker. Okay, good read. Again, there's very little that can dive through the bodies that ONIC are especially with the additional one in the Eternal Guard. Great read. I'm usually skittish when it comes to Vexana's coming through, but for this one, I'm bullish. I'm all in, man. No hodl.
Don't hodl, no hodl here?
Full send it. Full send it.
She's gonna full send the Eternal Guard, man. It's one of the things, though. I remember when it first popped up, the Vexana, a couple times back, even in the wildcard of MSC, we were wondering, you know, what is the purpose of this? What is the logic here behind it, especially with the meta, the way it was forming? It makes sense. Again, being able to utilize the Eternal Guard's little kind of knock up when he summoned down, and of course her kit And there's some decent poke, too. So the Vexana has really done a lot better over the course of time. But I'm going to lean... I know it's Onyx City out there in Astana, man, but I'm going to lean for SRG. Ooh. I need a game 3 here, Leo.
Okay, you could hope. But whenever a Vexana is picked in that spot, it's usually the kill shot. It's usually, oh, we know, save for maybe the first couple of weeks in Paris, but later on, especially now, I don't think Coach Yeb or Coach Chewe would let this slide without it passing their vibe check and getting their permission. Going into game number 2, match point for ONIC, SRG have so much to catch up to. I don't know how they're going to find Suns. Or even yet better, Kelra, because Kelra invested in the Flicker. I'm afraid for SRG. None of them purify.
Oof. Well, ONIC doesn't have to worry about popping name purifies, man. You know, it's all up to the athletic Flicker, basically, for SRG. We're going to take a little breather here while they get things situated. Again, very important for this one. Best of 3 series. You're facing a match point right now, G. They want to go ahead and make sure that they have the best playing field. Again, a winner of this series goes to the grand final here tomorrow, which will be our one and only best of 5. Can't wait for that best of 5 to break through because, again, you know, the nature's change. When you go from, you know, we've gone through it all, man. Best of 1s, we've had best of 2s before in other tournaments. Then you have the best of 3s, which we've been through all for games of the future. Okay. And then you get those best of 7s. Unfortunately, no best of 7, or no best of 7 here. It's just gonna be a best of 5 tomorrow.
Actually, as I push my glasses up close to my face, we haven't experienced everything, Joseph.
What have we not experienced? Best of 9?
Best of 9. We have experienced best of 9, which was done in a couple of seasons in the WSL, the Women's Star League in Indonesia. In an attempt to take down now Team Vitality, they tried to do best of 9s in the finals. Back into this one, though, conjecture out the window. Keyboy put down to a 1/5 of his health. Him and Humes can just do this forever, especially if Keyboy can punch someone after he gets his second skill going.
Well, at least no one goes down. This is what we kind of expected, though. You know, these first beginning exchanges in the mid lane. That doesn't happen here, so Turtle still a bit away, 30 seconds from now. But if we think about when these level 4s come online, and Stormy is able to go ahead and take one of the ult, there's a couple, I would say, there's room for him to most likely be the Wrath of the Giant, but even take his own Eternal Guard. You know, I think that can actually really help the crowd control for SRG if they want to go ahead and try to find, you know, if it's Kelra. Again, once a Flicker is burned, Kelra, then maybe you can, that's how you catch him. And so it might be up to you to be like, okay, I got to go from Kelra.
For sure. Speed is the name of the game for Selangor Giants. It's a very small window that they can actually do that. Massive Detna's welcome coming in. Throw him into the wall. Keyboy does survive it even after eating a deadly mix, but Humes ensures that the job is finished. Alliance draw first blood and go straight to the Turtle. They're pushing Lutpi back. Again, I told you, Joseph, speed is the name of the game.
And that speed is in the form of a right now. It's in the form of that Barrett's. And this is what we talked about. I mean, he didn't even have to burn the Flicker there, but think about the distance again that a Barrett's can cover when Daytona's welcome, Flicker combo. I don't know too many heroes that can get away from that unless they burn a spell, or at least they really try to dodge that. So that's something why I was saying, you know, these Barrett first side blue pick Barretts are so strong. They're so deadly. We saw Lutpi do this multiple times, so why not take a page out of the book of ONIC? Here it is again.
One? No way! Detna's welcome after the Flicker stuns 2 and takes him down as well. Selangor Giants are a roll, and off of the back of a singular pick, you were just singing the praises of this duo, Joseph. Barats.
He just said, let me show you one and do it better than the last time, man. This time throwing it into an opponent to get the stun off. ONIC kind of shell-shocked right now, man. I feel like they don't have much of an answer.
Flicker forward, plus an Eternal Guard. Take that, Stormy. Did not get to respond. Athletic Flicker, not found. So I think ONIC is showing them that it takes 2 to tango. If you want to play hardball, I'm game with a offensive forward Flicker. But I think that's one think that shows ONIC learned their lesson. Maybe now they want to keep Sans at a safe distance. That second combo, that second double kill for Cram, well, for SRG, shouldn't have happened if Sans wasn't in the vicinity. So back yourself a little more, and then ONIC can find their footing.
Yeah, I'd like to take. I wish we could take a look at the items here too, just to see where the gold laners are at currently, because they've been in their own world as expected. You know, trying to get the best here before they start to pop off. You could see the Blade of Hepsies are cured by Innocent. I'm not sure what Kelra decided to go here on the Clint right away, but we will see as the second turtle is up. There we go. So he's got Endless Battle. So he finished that. Now they're going to fight for this turtle.
Yums on the conceal, looking to take the mount on the Sans. Turtle at less than half health right now. Sans still holding on to his ult. Kyrie looking for way in. Flicker! Perhaps the Dryad's coming through, but Uni still secures. Now a massive detonator's welcome, but plus the mount coming through. And ONIC looking for that re-engage. Keyboy eats a face full of deadly magic, still survives. SRG could not end him. And just like that, ONIC are able to at least keep it at deadlock despite being down almost 2K.
Yeah, that looked really dicey. Oh, up top. Okay, they got really close to getting Cram there. And it was, you know, that was like a slow motion action movie right there. The Daytona's welcome was charged up. He went right for Kyrie, and Kyrie just iframed it to stay alive. But I think this is the difficult part, right? Loopy and also Keyboy, they need to get tanky enough to kind of survive those interactions. Keyboy barely swing. Again, on this Belric, your biggest strength is setting up with that, having that little taunt interaction too. But you know, once that expended, you're kind of just hanging around. You know, so it's like you need to be tanky enough.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I think that's one of the keys to SRG actually winning the first 5 minutes is they're basically locking Lutpi out of his main job to block the Barats. Now in comes ONIC, they pop Yums, and Lutpi did it! Lutpi successfully did it, Joseph. He blocked 3. He was playing man-to-man defense on 3 men.
Yeah, this feels bad whenever every single time you see that Uranus in front of you and you're just like, how do we get past this galactic type of whatever he is, creature? You know, because he's just so tanky. He's tanky, and at the same time, if you kind of spend too much time around him, you're going to take damage. Cram, get the taunt. Keyboy's up there. They just want to go ahead and keep this turret up. They'll do just that. ONIC, what they've been able to do is kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. Kyrie's going to get spotted out there, respecting what can happen. You look at the full pullback here from Kelra, though. He knows SRG's trying to make a move.
Kelra! Did he flicker or did we just...
he just bowled.
He dodged it. Oh my lord, it's Kelra and Kyrie outdoing each other with mechanics.
Brother just bowled, man. I thought he burned the flicker too, and now third turtle's up.
So this is 2 turtles going over to SRG. One last up for grabs for ONIC. Lutpi again, man-to-man defense on 3 men.
Oh,
Turtle
Yums
at about half. Oh, Yums gets caught out. Eternal Guard and everything but the kitchen sink thrown at him. Kyrie looking to find rage, and he does it! Secures the final turtle, and now Stormy gets popped. Kyrie gets a stack. ONIC not done, pushing Innocent back. Oh, this Brody don't want none of this. The Sky Piercer could finish the job, has a couple of stacks on Keyboy, does not press the torn apart memory. But Kyrie finds Uni after committing Grand Theft Orange. Oh, Kyrie is such a bad boy.
Such a dangerous man. I can already see the crowd waving their 2-0 signs right now for ONIC. Again, there's so many fans out there for Kyrie, and they're seeing him put on a show on the Sirada. Oh, up top though, Kelra.
Kelra gets mounted and hit with a torn apart memory, but also we barely catch a couple of kills on SRG, the punish. Usually when a gold laner dies, it's no bueno, but this time, as they say in Kazakhstan, Rahmet, I'll take that deal any day. Twice on Saturdays. Purple, secured at least by... it went from worse to bad.
It did. I don't think you want that purple buff on you, man, but you know what? Maybe it can help them go ahead and set something up through this, because SRG, they're not too far behind. It's not the back foot that they're on. Backs aren't against the wall or anything like that, but... Leo, it's reminding me of what we saw maybe a week or so ago with Kelra. The reaction times, I know he just died up there, but the reaction times are something that you always have to take note of. Whether he's flickering, whether he's just using the kit of the hero, it makes it so difficult to crash down on Kelra. And that's why SRG has to kind of commit a lot of resources to make sure that Kelra isn't there. He is starting to scale up here. He's got the Berserker's Fury and the Endless Battle now for that Clint.
Yeah, it's the same issue with Sans. You have to consider, how do we find this main source of damage while still keeping our own essential kit for the arena? That's the problem SRG are dealing with right now. That's what put them about 2,000 gold behind. ONIC are first to the Lord pit. Lord at a third of its health. Cram looking for a good target. Lutfi on his tail. They're not allowing him to fight it. Oh, but they do get Kelra! Oh, throws him into the wall. An Eternal Guard turns it around. Down goes the gold standard. Kyrie finds Cram. And Kyrie gets another stack. 404. That's not found. Kyrie looking to dodge around. Lutfi put down to 1/8 of his health. The Keyboy gets taken down by Innocent, and now they find sweet revenge on Ayums. Kyrie gets another stack, make it 5. ONIC do stop Selangor, turning it into a conversion. Lord still standing.
Yep, so they stall the Lord here. A really good fight, though, honestly, for SRG until they had to deal with Kyrie. This is one of the things you usually see. When we've seen a fully stacked Hirara, it's because of the patience, right? The patience to be able to get stacks. Okay, loot. Oh, cutting it close.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Kelra flickers back. You won't get me twice, not in a minute. And Kyrie looking to take down Cram with the kind of burst that Kelra has, and those stacks should be possible, but yeah, they turn over to the Lord.
They go for the Lord. Let's see if they delay.
Massive combo from ONIC. They take down 2. Yums and Cram take a nap as Kyrie is 1 away from the max Skypiercer stacks. Oh, he's really bad now.
Oh, man, Leo. He's looking to be as bad as he can be. Almost fully stacked. This is going to be a Lord take here, but this is the problem, man. Look at this again. Items fall in place. Lord secured. Loopy will keep things together. And it's crazy because Loopy, he's just got an Oracle Radiant Armor and Chastise Pauldron, but that's keeping him tanky enough to die and just stay in the front side. I mean, we've seen him get relatively close to dying, but this is, you know, the Uranus is just kind of a hassle to deal with. Now, Cram, he's gotten some good Daytona's welcomes. They've gotten some decent fights for SRG, but the problem is not only getting through Loopy, but trying to catch Kyrie. It's almost, they have to pay too much attention. Do we go for Kelra? Do we commit to Kelra, or do we commit to Kyrie? It's like choosing what you want to eat tonight, you know, and that's a big problem for SRG to get through.
Sounds like a first world problem, but it's not just that. They're also thinking about Sans, and all this while there's this big massive tree and whatever the hell Uranus is. Not to mention he's the only Purify holder, which also, get this, gets rid of Brody's stacks. So even Innocent can't deal with Lootby even if he stood underneath his ult.
Yeah, really good clear here on the Lord, though, at least. We'll see if ONIC gets some tier 2 turrets. That might be all they get. SRG's playing really carefully just to not get caught. Their side of the goal. They've got the waves pushing in, but they're really well handled. So maybe, again, silver lining in this, SRG doesn't have to lose too much off that Lord take that ONIC got. It's more down, again, a fight. They're going to just hold this orange buff hostage. It looks like Keyboy.
Detna's welcome. Cram throws him right into the wall. Lutfi, though, happy to take it. Didn't even use the Purify. And Kyrie and the rest of ONIC punish him. Rather the Dryads holds him down, but pays the price, falls alongside Sans. So, despite ONIC having really good footwork, they have to respect the damage SRG has. 3v4 Yums holding Kyrie and Kelra down, forcing him back. Yeah, ONIC have to find neutral again. They can't do it without Sans or Keyboy.
Yeah, they're going to have to back off here. That was repositioning from Yums, though. You know, he waited patiently in that brush, saw an opening for Sans, went right to him. And so they were able to go ahead and split up. And that might be the kind of the game plan here for SRG as the fights break out, where, you know, someone's going to play this waiting game. Go from the back line, put pressure. Again, we mentioned this in the beginning of the game where it's like, all right, we have to pop the flicker from Kelra, or at least put enough pressure on Sans where the Eternal Guard might be dropped down early, so it can't be that setup that's been working for ONIC so well. So amidst it all, he keeps things kind of under control.
Interesting why Lutfi decided to pop the consecration there. I think he felt there was a fight about to break out. And I'm not sure if that Detna's welcome attempt was exposed to ONIC, but alas, both teams are just playing the map, needs to be cleared so that they're ready to dance.
With Lord being up, both teams getting in position. It looks like there was some pressure there towards Uni's buff just to see maybe if he could get the retribution out, but it doesn't happen. Oh,
Cram gets spotted out by Kyrie.
Oh, he doesn't have stacks.
No, he doesn't. He goes for Detna's welcome. No one home. He's a tiny little baby dinosaur. Gets popped here, Kyrie. Max stacks making the most of it. Lutfi survives. Double ults. Deadly magic sand torn apart memory. SRG are down a man. They can't even contest. I'm not so sure this is a good idea, Joseph.
Oh, big stack.
Oh, they take Trick Star. This is no good, SpongeBob. And the Lord goes straight to ONIC side, putting him in a black and yellow jersey.
I don't know who I feel more bad for. Patrick Star, the glue, or just a small Barats without stacks, man. Feels like, you know, you almost from trying to run away from Kyrie.
He was
minuscule. And 10-0-4 right now for the Hirana in the hands of Kyrie. Again, he wanted to put on a show for all the fans out there of ONIC. Well, Kyrie is doing just that. I don't know if they're going to go ahead and cap off this game at weird push, but SRG, oh, they got to be careful here.
Oh no, he's tiny again. Oh,
Get stacks, Cram.
Yep, ONIC know that Cram needs to build up, so they're taking all of the chances to deny him the stacks. Here we go, he's catching up. He's a medium-sized Barat right now. Of holding it down. I think he's at max stacks as we speak. But again, time it out. He's starting to shrink. Look.
Yeah, he's got to get and Keyboy has been doing a good job at kind of keeping him away too from these minions, so he can maintain stacks. But he hits the heroes too. It should be fine. But Lord is now down bottom. Keyboy with a conceal.
Oh, massive Eternal Guard. Down goes Yumes. Cram here, approaching max stacks, still holding on to Detnam. Turret down bottom has already been cracked, so there's pressure on their base. Lord still standing. Wails away at the mid lane inhibitor a couple times. Sans forcing Uni back. Point blank. ONIC are taking it slow here. Stolen EG. Help him push back, but Keller quick.
I think they just want to get this turret, so another wave needs to be pushing in here. So right now, SRG does a pretty good job, I'd say. Now that they've dealt with 2 Lords being secured by ONIC, they only base turret, so that's not bad. It's just the main thing of, again, not getting caught in this position where it reverts to a couple kills to ONIC. They still don't have an answer for this fully stacked Kyrie Hirata. Oh, look at this positioning. Is Uni going to try to make a play?
Okay, so Detna's welcome finds one, and Kyrie takes out Innocent first. And Kelra gets taken down. Cram finds his man, but Kyrie wants to finish the job. Finds Yumes, gets a double, and now Sans survives. Just like that, they're down to 2. Uni needs to go home to defend. Stormy, this is a lost cause. Kyrie finds him. Oh, I can't believe it. 14 kills.
Oh,
14 kills on Kyrie right now, and I'm not sure Uni can defend.
Oh, another one. Leo, that looks like it's going to be it. ONIC will make it happen here. The fans in the crowd can cheer. It's going to be a sweep against SRG to get to the grand final once again for another shot at the champion.
Meow. against Falcons at 14-6, and the second one was really close, I would say. Fords and Falcons had to take the second one. But Aurora actually grabbed it on the third match with a 27-minute long match, scoring 21 kills, Falcons with 10 kills. And quickly looking at Bigetron's performance yesterday against Pro Esports that went 10-15, which was very close, to be honest. And for the game 2, I mean, huge lead for Pro with 16 kills against 5 for Bigetron. But then Bigetron came back and grabbed the final win, the third win on the game's best of 3. They got a huge lead from the third game, 16 against 3 for Pro Esports. I mean, with Nail taking the MVP for that game as well. So I think towards the end, as we see both the teams, third game, they actually grabbed it in a very huge way, with Aurora actually pushing the game to 27 minutes. And I mean, at the end, Falcons actually went against Aurora. They went for a purple buff steal, but I mean, they really got punished at the end, and Aurora took the win. But we are looking at two very strong teams going against each other head-to-head at this arena up next. So interesting, and we are really thrilled to see who's going to go into the finals, right? And of course, let's not forget, make sure you check the Center Credit online banking app. Download that, because make your life finances, your personal finances easier with the banking app, Center Credit. Let's give a big shout out to Center Credit. The QR code up on the screen to make it easier. Make sure you scan that, download the app, and go ahead, use your finances wisely. And yeah, up next, we're going to find out who's going to win, right?
Yeah, you're already more leaning towards the Aurora gaming, I would say. To see close game, I would like to see three matches, and hopefully they're going to be tight to each other, just like the games they played before on the day 2. Because there was close between Sports and the team that they were playing before, and there will be interesting to take. Aurora is going to, because Aurora were facing Falcons. That wasn't close per series, I would say. Definitely we'll see how they're gonna do. I would like to also mention for you guys to get your tickets at Freedom Tickets on. There's a code, and again, Freedom, thank you very much for making everybody's life easier with their tickets, and thank you very much for sponsoring this tickets. And make sure everybody to get tickets, or we're getting out of the tickets, because there's going to be the last 2 days here at beautiful Jack Pajak Arena. Moving forward, there is a different changes now in the drafts. There's more difference. I get to see Melissa is getting banned lately. Valentina is up there as well on the top of the leaderboards on heroes. Bharat, now it's the third. It was the first one. Now the Harley is on the fourth, and Beleric got into the top 5 of the pickable heroes.
Wow, that's the top metas for at the moment.
At the moment here at the Game of the Future. Yes, at the Game of the Future, yes. And you know, surprisingly, now with the 12 wins and 18 losses, so meaning 40% of win rate. But it's the top 2 hero and most pickable hero here. I kind of don't understand that, because the hero has been losing more than winning, but the teams think differently. And they've been picking Valentina often. Also, a lot on Beleric, because Beleric has 9 wins and 15 losses, so meaning 37% of win rate. Nonetheless, I would like to also mention our partner, beautiful Swen. Thank you very much, Swen, for gifting our finalists. So ONIC now is going to receive gifts from the Swen, the beautiful premium audio headsets and the sets overall. Thanks, Swen, for doing that, and you guys are awesome. Thank you very much once again, and
I mean, great job with the partners as well. I mean, we are all waiting to see what's going to happen. There is also one player which I really would love to see how he performs. Iman from Bigetron. I mean, he was the MVP for the second, and also the third game he was a big part, because towards the end he was the one who actually went for the crystal at the base. When I mean, it is of course a team play. I mean, everybody else did the setup, but Iman actually went back to back for the crystal and finished it off the last final map of yesterday for Bigetron against Pro Esports. So
100%. I mean, Iman, I've seen people were having their banner and their notes on E-Man and supporting actually E-Man. There were so many fans of E-Man personally. And yesterday I would like to Moreno was playing phenomenally. He was actually popping off as well as TNZ. So we'll definitely see the matchup between TNZ and Moreno. It would be take a look at. So on the heroes parts, I mean Harley and Melissa still are at 63% of win rate. There have been 17 wins, 10 losses for Harley, and 20 wins and 11 losses for Melissa. So people started to ban Melissa nowadays. I've noticed that personally. Watching the games itself, the draft itself, people are starting to ban Melissa more and start to not giving Melissa right away, because we've seen teams picking Melissa as the first pick, and people couldn't really make a proper counter against Melissa.
True, and of course, before we jump into the next game, we have a cool video about and with Aurora Gaming. Let's take a look at that and know the team better.
We're still at the Games of the Future, and now it's time to meet a team that's become one of the biggest names in the cyber sports field over the past few years. Aurora Gaming is known for their aggressive playstyle, insane team fights, ability to
champions of their own region, going through a crazy gauntlet them too long ago, and now up to this point, it all starts here. And it's crazy because you only have potentially 3 games to make that debate final. You know?
Yo.
So it starts here. Game number 1. We've already got some of the bands that we're used to seeing. There is a slight change up from our last series, of course. You're going to have this Fanny being taken out, and my goodness, you might as well, because yes, Niall was able to move and groove all over the place on the Fanny pick. Aurora is going to be banned out, the Freya. We'll see if they want to let the Barretts go. Some teams have obviously done that, but I don't know if you want to do that and let it go in the hands of Lunar, because he's probably one of the other most successful XP laners so far.
Yeah, when you're naming like top 3 Barretts users in the world right now, you're thinking Lunar, Shogun, Amba. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Right? So now we have just one more left. There's the Barretts. Okay. So they understood. Again, to make voices are being blasted in the stadium. Open picks, Belleric. You go first pick Belleric?
I think, maybe Melissa, man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Melissa. Give that to Sigiboom. Like, I think that might be where we are now, where it's like, if these are the bands, you got to take, they take the Paquito, which it can go in the hands of Sigiboom. This can, we actually saw him already play this, so it's like, it can go there.
Yes, it can. Especially if you first pick or early pick a Paquito in this case, you're able to take control of, let's say, mind games in the draft, because it's an amazing flex. Jungle, gold, XP. Might even throw him in a nice little sandwich, and that'll work out for Paquito. Bigetron, though, again, the aforementioned Belleric and Melissa. I would do it. I would go Belleric, Melissa. Why not?
Yeah.
If it tickles your fancy, an early Esmeralda. Why not?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. They don't do either. Wow. Okay, Nile diff. Earlier we had a Kyrie diff. Now we got Nile diff, man. Nile diff, TNZ diff. They're sitting side by side. They're cheering for different junglers.
Must be an odd ride home. Here we go. Aurora Gaming, they pick up the Belleric. We hyped it up so much, we forgot that, you know, the maestros, Selena there. And of course, Nanael's Nolan, the burstiest of all burst heroes in the game. What do? Do you answer with a mid pick already? There's really no one safe to clear bushes. Do they go Uranus? No, Uranus isn't as high of a pick here because the Barretts has already been picked.
He's banned out as well, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, of course, right.
Yep.
How do you clear out those traps?
You're going to have one of the tanky dudes to be able to do it, unless, you know, there's a different way. I don't know. Could be a different approach, but right now, they're just going to go ahead and grab themselves to Melissa. You picked this out, but you thought it'd be on the other side. But yes, like you said, you got to respect what Bigetron by Vitality has showed us so far.
Hey, if there's anything I know about Midnight, it is all about optimization. Hey, you left 2 of the strongest picks on the board. We'll take it. How does Bigetron by Vitality close out? Red 3.
You take your roam?
How do they answer the Mel? You need someone to dive the Mel.
Yeah.
Or is Selena enough?
Selena might help. Okay, based on what we saw yesterday, the hands of the Maestro, it looks a little bit different because the Fanny was banned out, but this is kind of what they had too, right? They had Moreno with the Selena. You already had the Claude go in the hands of Emon, but instead of the Nolan, it was actually a Fanny, but that being banned out. Plus, they had a Uranus. That's the other thing. Uranus got a Concha, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Gothic also gets banned out from Aurora Gaming, just to kind of cover that base, because they do need now a tankier kind of front line to help this all come together if you're Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, and Coach K-Dot has also taken out frontline options. I think he's not so worried about that, especially since they do get whatever's left in the pickings on Red 4. Aurora Gaming, though, again, you mentioned Gatot. Who else is like a frontliner? Hylos. We're mentioning revitalized roamers. Belleric is one of them. You could do that. Or there's someone who could dive the Melissa. Get that out of here. The glue. A flicker glue who would, you know, take T-2 seconds to mount Sigiboom here if ever he does find a chance.
Yeah. I think of the other thing. Well, the Raphael is gone. It's Bigetron that bans that out. was going to say you know, see the Minotaur, they decided to ban that out. So I don't know what's left that they want to go with. We did see, again, Matilda do a whole lot. I'm not sure if that's where Finn wants to bring out the Matilda. The Esmeralda will get banned out because they know they're playing with shields. So yeah, I don't think it's grabbed here. Aurora, do they plan to take a Matilda here? I think that's what both teams are kind of eyeing the Matilda.
Mid Matilda for Aurora.
Maybe
BTR
mid, yeah.
By Vit, yeah, we'll go Rome. Matilda. Coach K. Now, ball's in his court.
Oh, wait, I guess there's still Ina for Rosa too.
Yeah, which I think should be fine. He picks up a Circling Eagle. There's the Matilda. I think it was safer for BTR because sure, whatever. Rosa does play a mid Rafaela, but I think that's a special case. A mid Matilda, you know, I can count in one hand. Not because my other arm's broken, but in one hand, how many people play mid Matilda, right? So
hey,
maybe not.
Leave it to Aurora though to be on that hand.
Technically,
after what we've seen, I don't know.
If they Valentina, then they keep that, right? Technically,
that's true. Like cosplay.
Yeah.
That might be the case. Now that the Matilda's brought up, I kind of expect just Valentina. What else do they need? They still we need to see a XP lane. Okay, it's gonna be the Ruby. Ruby comes through with Tina. All right, so that's the plan there.
Saw that a mile away.
Yeah, I saw it too. Okay, Nile.
Or this last pick. Laner. XP. Show it up, Shogun. What you got? He's facing off against the Ruby. They know.
Yeah, the Ruby. Yep.
So they know.
What does he want to play against a Ruby? We've seen. Yeah, maybe Phoveus. You wouldn't want to pick Sora here, right? I mean, Sora's open.
No, the Valentina, bro. He's gonna eaten alive by the Valentina.
Yeah, but maybe that makes it harder to go ahead and choose either Shifting Skies or the Circling Eagle. I'm not sure, but what else does he have? There's so many players actually banned out.
Phoveus is the only one.
Yeah, Phoveus might be the only one.
Makes sense. And again, it's another kind of easy proc way to get to the Melissa. There it is.
Yeah. All right, the Phoveus. So I don't know, man. Both lineups are really good. Phoveus, though, popped up, I think only... I could only count that on one hand, too. I think it's only 3 times. This might be the 4th time that the Phoveus comes through.
Maybe a total of like 10 times, even getting games from Paris. So that's how the Phoveus fell off.
Yeah, he just fell into the dirt. But I don't know. This could work just because, again, what we saw previously from teams that have drafted in the Matilda, it extends these fights and kind of gives you a lot of avenues to move around with. I think that's one of the upper hands of it and why we see some teams go ahead and prioritize that. Now, with the Valentina in the hands of Rosa, I will say probably the best Valentina we've seen so far throughout the tournament. Very fancy with what ultimates are stolen and how they're utilized actually in the hands of Rosa. So you guys can let us know too who you think's going to get the upper hand here. We're jumping into the Land of Dawn. It's game 1 in this semi between Aurora Gaming and Bigetron by Vitality. Again, the team that wins this will move forward to the grand final, and the team that loses will play in the 3rd place match.
I love the stories for both teams coming in as this bout. Again, Aurora Gaming, that final boss status out of MSC despite dropping in the top 8. There's still a team to be feared, reaching new peaks, while BTR, they're still trying to, bask in that glow of their championship season. First across the river will be BTR Vitality. You can see priority Matilda gets, despite, in my opinion, BTR being a little slower on the uptake because their side lanes are kind of difficult to work on. It's the mid that they have priority over. At least they can bless their laurels on that. Oh wait, Moreno finds Rosa, forced to flicker out. I call that a technical knockout.
Yeah, that's good. This is what you kind of expect, Leo. If you just get a battle spell out before that first turtle, I think that's, value that you can't deny. They do get that out of Rosa, which, again, not having it doesn't mean that we won't see Aurora Gaming contest for the first turtle. It's one of the things you might be able to go ahead and get some good usage out of an ultimate. But one thing, too, is Moreno, man, with the arrows. This is why we have talked about just how good he is on the Selena. such maestro, literally, with the Selena. And we saw it, I mean, yesterday, man, it just seemed like he was making these crazy angle shots with the Abyssal Arrow, which then just allowed Nile to kind of make it happen, you know? So hopefully there's a plan here for Aurora.
You're talking about the young 20-year-old Marcel Juan Moreno Sinulunga. As early as 2023, we've seen him, you know, punch way above his weight class, at least in terms of the Indonesian realm of MLBB. But now he's on a world tour. But as we were, you know, speaking his praise, Aurora just snuck that turtle through. Tienzi gets it. Shogun with the flicker coming in, engages. Is a by Rosa. He's in too deep. Bigetron draws first blood.
I don't know if Rosa meant to go ahead and just do that or wanted to try to potentially survive with the stolen circling eagle, but not ending up where you wanted to be, you know? So you face a death. Who's going to be back up here in a bit, but obviously recalibrate. Whoa.
Lunar! Oh, that's the reason why the Phobius was just such an easy pick. Again, they were winning the side lane already. I think they needed a quick rotation there from Pagu to get there, but Moreno looking to burn. By Moreno, he survives.
Yeah, he's a tree, you know.
Oh! Tienzi knocks out Eman! Just like that!
Well, he's not. So Eman gets punched a couple times and falls down. A good find here for Aurora Gaming. That's going to be some extra gold going in the hands of Siggy Boom. Now, man, this Melissa, we have to talk about it a little bit. Just successful. It's the most picked hero behind the Valentina, and with a current win rate of 64%. Again, that's just how strong it. Part of that strength is the zoning capabilities with the muddles. I think that's one of the main things, because even if you're approaching a base, you're trying to knock down some of the turrets, the zoning of muddles, and then once you have your stacked items, Siggy Boom's going to be a big problem for Bigetron by Vitality. So it's like, we're going to go and commit to this. You have to almost burst her down before she even gets a chance to pop the ultimate to, you know, go away from me, basically.
Yep, it's a wayward Hanabi, you know, maybe a better Hanabi, as some would say. Looking at the map right now, Bigetron, some odd trades are still up by about 200, 300 gold. First of the scene again is Aurora Gaming. Pagu zoning out Finn. Tienzi laying down the smackdown on the turtle. Here's a real circling eagle from Finn. And now Pagu looking for it. Amazing here via the enchanted ult. And they take down Shogun. Bigetron by Vitality weren't ready for that.
Yeah, they weren't ready. Even as tanky as Shogun is, it seems like Omi is just so quick to say, you know what, let's just go for this objective. Let's secure ourselves the turtle, put ourselves in this position. We don't have to force all these fights if we don't want to. If we happen to pick someone off, great, but go ahead and get objectives. And now they slowly compound with that decision to build up on a gold lead. And again, playing the long game here. They're playing against a Matilda.
In comes the rest of them. Now Rosa gets away, survives, and Pagu punches Niall face just to stop them from finding more. Aurora Gaming now up by about 1,000 inch. Again, even survives in mid. We know that mid is where Bigetron by Vitality should be pushing. That's what they sacrifice the side lanes for. But Aurora are denying even.
Again, this is why, you know, you got to give it up to Rosa. Rosa has to deal with a lot of pressure, but Rosa's still able to survive, you know, flicker down again. So we'll see if Bigetron by Vitality takes that information and says, you know what, let's go for Rosa one more time. Try to go ahead and get a kill in our hands, but they're also slowly just kind of that. If Aurora Gaming doesn't get caught, then just keep up with it. Farm, get to the point where you need to be. If they give up the next turtle, though, I'd be surprised. But I don't think that's going to put Bigetron by Vitality in any rough situation leading into the first Lord once we get there, because they've just been able to go ahead and capitalize on a farm. Again, it's been a while, right, for the Claudes to really kind of shine the way they have in the meta, but it can still happen. Even though Emon faced the first death. Oh, hold on.
Lunar has 4 on him. Answers with a lava Finn, and the flicker takes out Finn. Out again. He knew he was gonna die, but the fact that he took one along the way means the world to Aurora Gaming.
You going with me if I go down too is basically what Lunar said, and you know, so I don't think that's too bad. And now the turtle's up. They can make a move here. Bigetron's around, though. And they're going to bring Finn back to this fight. So no take on the turtle just yet. TNZ, half health, but he's going to be fine. Still has that purple buff on him, too. But they're going to finally face off against this turtle. Past two, we haven't seen that by BTR. But now Aurora Gaming in position throughout the mid-wave here. But they're looking for their own opening.
Eyes on Pagu. A flicker. Wrath of the Dryads could change things. Procs that second skill. Finds Eman. Force him to be in my back. Nanael holding this fence brush. Eman AOT into that pixel. Finds a couple. Flicker Darkwave once again from him. Turns everything sideways. But Aurora Gaming still find him. The pickoff and the turtle. The Turkish squad are 3 for 3.
Objectives are one thing and Shogun. And they've found him twice now. They're looking for more.
They'll convert straight into a tier 1 in mid. Sigiboom unbothered. I bet his brother Apex 47 is watching from the sidelines. That's my brother.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling good about it. Sigiboom starting to get online here. Very close to the Trinity. You can see it. He's got the 2 items locked in. Crows Sight, DHS. He's working on staff. He is 1,000 gold ahead of Iman, which is great. Again, it's a great position to be in. Even in the jungle, you've got 1,000 gold difference. But so with Aurora Gaming having this kind of lead across these roles, it's more so of picking those fights. What I have liked is, you know, you haven't seen Pagu too overzealous on trying to set things up with that Wrath of Dryad ultimate, because they have to go,
whoa, hey,
Iman.
Violence from out of nowhere. He just clocked him. Stars. Eman's seeing stars right now. Oh, is that no even Moreno? TNZ finds another, and he might even get an trip for TNZ.
What are in those boxing gloves, man? Because
Dynamite.
TNZ, I guess you don't bring gun to a boxing match. Man, TNZ able to cap off multiple kills. And that's not who you want to deal with at this point. 4-0-2. They're already in the base.
Oh, at least they're trying. Bigetron by Vitality do clear the minions. Shogun gets pulled in, but he's not having any of this. BTR get to keep their inhibitors, at least for now.
Okay, they keep the inhibitors up. But I don't know, I'm sitting here scratching my head, Leo, because what do you do when you're getting bursted down that much? Who's going to be the one to face that front side? And I think that's why giving those early deaths and kind of delay on the tankiness of Shogun, because he died early on, really alleviated that pressure that Aurora Gaming had to deal with. And now, this should just be a Lord.
Joseph, here's the thing. It's not even real tankiness. Again, the reason why Phobius is able to hold a front line is because he's spell vamping. He's taking a little bit back, right? But Rose has anti-heal at this point. I don't know if Pagu has a dominance ice. He should at this point. And then Tienzi's burst is ridiculous.
Yeah, Pagu might.
As cool as a flicker Darkwave is coming from Shogun, you get real tankiness, real front lines. If anything, Pagu's the only thing that's here. That's the closest to that definition.
Yeah, that's one of the main things there is, again, I think if you're trying to scrap up whatever you can, if you're Bigetron by Vitality, kind of holding on up to this point, because you don't want it to get out of control. You already have to deal with this Lord here, Leo. So you've got to deal with this Lord, maintain yourself in the game. Emon needs time to go ahead and catch. Just don't have the itemization. And now this Lord charges in. She'll take out this bottom turret as it does. Here the waves are pushing in.
Lunar looking for a lethal I'm offended. Jerkling Eagle comes in, plus a few Infernal Pursuits out of Shogun. They keep themselves up. No one is falling, but I can't say the same for the inhibitors inside BTR's base. The Lord gets taken care of. Couple of ults still online for Aurora Gaming. They can still find that flicker. Wrath of the Dryads, but they will hold out. Again, the discipline out of the Turkish champions.
Tempt this, though. They have a wave, plus they go for an I'm offended combo. Let's see if they can end it.
Arrow thrown out. Flicker, Darkwave once again from Shogun underneath the base. Pagu takes too many hits, but falls first. 1-for-1 the trade, and they're still up. Shogun falls finally. Sigiboom gets free hits on him. Rosa with the flicker. Reposition, and now the back line. Sigiboom finds a couple, and now the base is exposed. It's just Moreno left, and he doesn't even want to give himself up. Aurora at match point. there, so you'll be banned. Do you get rid of the Atlas now or the Marcel? Or neither, so that you can trade for it again?
I don't know. Maybe they take out the Atlas. And I feel like Atlas has just been perma-banned through, like Games of the Future so far. Be surprised if it ends up coming through. I mean, okay, they go. Okay, so even if the Atlas is taken, it's like we can just do Valentina if we need to.
Correct. Yeah, or just invest in a little bit more Purifies. So I like how it's the Barats ban first, because then Aurora would be pigeonholed into picking the Uranus to answer. So great start. How does BTR open with, again, you mentioned Melissa, Belleric, Atlas. Ooh.
Yeah.
Marcel.
Marcel. Maybe the Marcel, man. Maybe if you're BTR here, you go with the Marcel. Because you already know what you're going to have to trade. So you could just go Marcel. At least you get the golden hour. We have seen some pretty game-changing golden hours with the Marcel, and he's usually, so might be an option here. Whoa! Out of all the names we threw out, all the heroes, I was not expecting the Uranus first pick. Although Shogun has played this multiple times.
But I don't know how to feel starting with a Uranus, right? I don't know what the stats are, but I don't know how often this happened. And how successful it is, right? This is basically meeting someone for the first time, and you're not sure you're going for the hug, for the fist bump, or the handshake. You instead go for, I don't know, pinky promise.
And then someone's trying to fist bump you at the same time. It just
you
doesn't
know how
add
awkward
up.
That is.
Yeah. Okay, but the answer, Valentina over here, just because they can anticipate some of these picks over for BTR. Could be even the Atlas since it's open, but they also grabbed the Melissa. I would have rather Bigetron by Vitaly at least take the Melissa, if anything. Just because it's been that highest picked priority hero, and then got a great win rate on it, can go well in the hands of Emon, but they feel like that the Uranus was going to be the answer because it seemed to do well when it's countered through a Melissa, right? We saw this yesterday even in the matches where you've got the Uranus, the Melissa's online, boom, blade armor, you're ready to go, kind of tank up that front line and be that bulwark, but then you have to supplement it. And now the Novaria, you mentioned the bit of a buff, right?
Freshly
buff.
That Novaria got. It's one way to find that Melissa. Again, if you're putting it in the hands of Moreno, he's used to these long-range skill shots, and I think that's what Coach Midnight is discussing with the squad. Like, you guys know the range on that thing. Potentially, it's larger and longer than anything a Selena can, so that Selena ban makes more sense now. Alongside the Nolan, a lot of good burst coming in from BTR. How does Aurora close up? Do they pick up a front liner now that can compromise that? Belleric is still open. Instead, they find someone that can go toe-to-toe with the burst on the Nolan, and maybe if you can find a way to link up and go the long way around, kill that Novaria.
Looks like we got a lot of Aurora fans out there too. I saw they had a meet and greet. I don't know if they had that every day, but they had one a couple days ago, and there's been quite the turnout for gaming in ONIC. I think, over there in Astana, there's a lot of fans cheering for them. I think they want to go ahead and see if this is going to be a 2-0 for Aurora Gaming. But Bigetron by Vitality around the world, a lot of people are rooting for them to the grand finals, so that we have a different grand finals for the Games of the Future too. And then you get an Indonesian showdown.
That's what I'm saying. You get an MPL AD Season 7 match. What they started in the Velodrome, in the Jakarta Velodrome, they finish here in Astana.
What a trip.
Who would even say they finish it? Because they might do part 3 back home. So
that's true.
This
part
could be
3, the final part.
This could be, part 2 Electric Boogaloo, live from Astana. Going into the bans, BTR take out the Atlas. Wow. It survived the second phase.
Okay, that's kind of odd, right? Atlas being banned out second phase, but it's careful. I just almost would have thought too. For some reason, I was thinking, would they want to actually take the Atlas for BTR? But instead, they go and ban it out. What do you? And I guess the only interaction we've seen before where it was a Was it a Rome Valentina or a Rome Novaria? Where we saw that Novaria paired with the Valentina. It was just yesterday too.
You're the Rome Novaria. Yeah.
It was, yeah, I think it was the Rome Novaria. Okay,
Novario.
so now that, yeah. Oh, okay. Last ban? Where are we going with the last ban here? Another Rome, maybe? Gatakancha? What else does Aurora Gaming want with this kind of lineup? It's very squishy. Oh, Cho.
Yeah, that's the Polish Cho they're taking out of Pago's hands.
Yeah, he had a rough time when he had picked it yesterday once in one of the games, but leave it up to Pago. I think he's just got a really deep hero pool too. He could potentially pick up. Oh, Belric's still open, so that's what he's going to get. I was going to say that Glue was still there, but he goes to Belric. So now we just need to see what they put in the XP lane in the hands of Lunar. Meanwhile, these last two picks for Bigetron, they still need their... What do they need? Gold lane, and then wherever Novaria is going to go.
And a Rome. Yeah, I think that's a mid lane Novaria. This might be what they say in the business, gatotable. I think this is very gatotable.
Just fight with the revitalized.
Yeah.
Tanky
and
enough.
Then compromise the Melissa. Stop the, Beleric from running through, taunt him. It's very gatotable.
Two taunts basically, but they're going to go with a Matilda.
Okay.
And then a Brody. Okay, Matilda, Brody. You got some range to work with. Utility moving around the map. Again, we know what map we're playing on until we jump in into the game. But Matilda, obviously, with this lineup really helps because Novaria shouldn't really be in a threat at all, just because you can play with such range. Brody, too. You kind of just take care of your Nolan, Like Nolan for Nile should just be able to kind of weave in and want to go get the burst down, and then you kind of get out of there. Like that's the game plan with the Matilda here.
Nolan and Brody are going to be the main targets for Finn to kind of escort throughout the battle, while Shogun just does Shogun things, being the only real frontliner. One more pick here. Again, the hero for Lunar. Mind you, it's not impossible that the Beleric becomes an XP laner too. Will happen, but instead it's the Esmeralda to answer the clear abundance of shields. Eternal Battle in the XP lane.
Yeah.
Let me siphon all those shields that Finn gets to ya. Aurora are poised for the sweep. Jose, I don't know what to tell you. Unless, some way, somehow, Bigetron snowballs out of control.
Yeah, this is kind of it's a bit of a weird draft from Bigetron by Vitality. I'm not sold on it yet, even though we saw her yesterday. And yes, you went through a bit of a buff and everything else. But this lineup that is being brought to the table just looks better. Yep. Little, what do you call those? What do you call them?
Baby friends.
Little baby friends? Friends out there. I love that even Astana, man, they show their pets on the phone because I thought that was just a regional thing here. No, but it happens to be everywhere.
Hey, it's International Cats Day, Joseph. It's International Cats Day.
Yes. Happy International Cats Day to all the people that have cats right now, because I'm about to go ahead and jump into this game once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a semi-final match with Bigetron by Vitality and Aurora Gaming. Right now, it's match point for Aurora Gaming to once again get to the rematch of last year's Game of the Future against ONIC in the grand final. And don't you worry, for the fans out there, Bigetron by Vitality, if they do go down, they'll fight in the third place tomorrow.
And waiting there is none other than the Malaysian champions, SRG. Looking at the side lanes, again, that's where a majority of the action will be dictated from, since mid lane are just jockeying for position for a better turtle take. Eman here invested in Lee Jerkin, so he knows that he's outranged by Sigibum's Melissa early on.
Yeah. It's one thing that you have to be wary of. Again, this mid lane, a lot of pressure here towards Moreno. But again, you're not going to be too worried. You're fine here on this Matilda. One thing though is, again, Pagu, when he was introduced to us on this lineup by Aurora Gaming last year, he's one of the players who he's a playmaker, I think. And sometimes we've seen it before. I think that's why even when the Cho was banned, it's like, all right, sometimes Pagu, and this is just the nature of Cho, it's really struggles. But with a Belric in his hand, expect him to be aggressive. Expect Pagu to try to set up with the Wrath of Dryad. And I think whatever Rosa is going to take here, which is, I'm looking across, I think it's just the Circling Eagle, man. I don't think there's really anything else we can expect Rosa to take from it, right?
Would not blink if he actually went for the ult on Novari as well. Would be a very valid move, just to expose where everyone is from BTR. Like, that is basically losing battle. Speaking of, Moreno sets it up, but Nanael with the burst, and no clapback just yet from Aurora. Just like that, see? It was clear pickings where Aurora was, and that's why Nanael was able to go like, you know what? Let me yeet that turtle out of here.
All right, objective secured. It looks like even in the gold lane right now that Emma's got the upper hand anyway against Siggyboop, to be expected, especially in that matchup. But if they can scale up, get that Brody the items that he needs, the blade and the second item, I think it's going to be the lift door unless he does something else. Will he be the one to get the Sky Piercer instead of Niall, right? I think it's more so the Brody.
Yes.
To lock it in.
4 out of 5 times it's the Brody. Rarely do we see it on a Nolan, if ever they do share a lineup. So with that said, again, BTR have a small lead, solid lead to build off of. We're waiting for this next turtle to actually shift gears, because it's a minute out, upper quarter.
Yeah.
We'll see if even, you know, these two juggernauts down bottom can make it there. Lunar is out XP'd. Wow.
Yeah, he's kind of having a hard time there. Even got the Dreadnought armor working in. No. Astral and down.
Finn knocks a Pagu. Pagu forced to flicker back. Torn apart memory, not enough stacks. Pagu survives.
Yeah, Pagu's going to be able to survive. Good on him for there. 30 seconds away from this turtle, so Bigetron by Vitality looking to go ahead and pick up some extra gold across the map. Taking a green camp here from Aurora Gaming. We'll see what else they can make as they reset towards this top side now. Part of this, again, is just waiting to get in line, get scaling up here on the Melissa. The problem is he's just kind of getting outlaned right now. Emma doing a really good job, and they don't have much pressure. Like, other than if he happens to find some of the deadly magic, this is a lineup that really has to kind of just wait for its moment. If you're Aurora, you're literally just waiting to cook here. And now the second turtle is up, and BTR has control.
And that makes it 2 for 2. Ain't no way Aurora can contest for that. And I think you're right. They're waiting for Siggyboop to come online, or for Rosa to stick ult, and for Pagu to find the perfect setup. So in the early to mid, it's a 2-step process for Aurora. All this while, BTR, all they're thinking about is Moreno scale up, Nanayala's items. Eman can get stacks on, especially since Eman invested in an early Malefic gun. That is a stroke of genius. I really like how Eman here said, I lose on the range, but I can burst you down, Siggyboop, especially since you're waiting for your power spike. Let's do that now. That's amazing for him.
It's just extra reach, you know, that you have to go ahead and deal with, and kind of helps him, obviously, even in a sense of, again, he's all about distance, but even if he has to reposition, they might do it here.
And they find one. Pagu, he tried, he really tried, but the first blood honor goes over to Eman, and they're hunting down Siggyboop, forcing him out. Oh, I smell a turret take up top. Like, this is BTR setting up for that smack.
Yeah, this is such a good move here from BTR. Cut the wave, let Eman go ahead and push that in. It just feels like TNZ this game, how much impact he had in game 1 with the Phygital. I haven't felt anything from the Harley, you know, in game 2. And again, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, how do you need to wait if you're Aurora Gaming? We've seen deadly magics be whoa!
Moreno did not see that coming. I don't know if it was for a lack of vision, or he did not expect Lunar to take that angle, but Lunar just popped him. And Moreno was forced to use a flicker too. He's still... What?
That was not very maestro of him. But I guess, yeah, he just didn't have the vision, man. I think that's one of the big things, but that is a kill. Going to the hands of Aurora Gaming. They might go ahead and into this turtle. I mean, he's going to be back up. So if they want to go ahead and go for a fight, they can do just that. He's got the Astral Echo ready here. They've already got 2 turtles in their favor. Go for it there. He drops down the Astral Echo.
2-man Echoes exposing Pagu and Lunar. I don't think that makes much of a difference. Those are the front liners. This is as 50-50 as it gets for the turtle. Bigetron are up by about 1,000 gold. Shogun comes in. Circle coming in from Finn. Knocks up one. Not enough. Again, they're looking for the re-engage. Pag with the conceal. Lunar with the jump. Astral Meteor. Star Shatter misses. Oh, but just like that, BTR knows. Aurora are out of range. Nanael takes 3 for 3.
Okay. I don't know if Aurora Gaming really wanted to commit for that fight, but once they expended a couple ultimates or resources, it looked like they wanted to pull off, but then, you know, they just, I think it went down to, maybe we can retry steal it, but that didn't happen either. So really good 3 for 3 for Bigetron by Vitality in terms of objectives, now able to go ahead and focus elsewhere. But it's still, you got to give it up to Aurora Gaming. Despite all this, it's not some massive gold lead going in the pockets of Bigetron. It's just one thing after another. And I think still, it's one of those cases. We might see a 20+ minute game here with the way things, because Aurora Gaming can play this game. They can slow it down a bit. But again, when Lord comes into play, you know, I think that's where it might change, because on the base defense, you know, how good is this lineup to be a fan? Oh, Niall waited patiently for an opportunity.
Oh, this is a nefarious angle. He's not even going to go for the recall. Oh, Aurora Gaming, massive Astral Echoes, but they space it out. He finds Sigmund, but he trades out. Pagu with a taunt and the takedown. Coming in from Vin Amon with a shattered attack. The torn apart memory gets another. He clicks it at the right moment, taken down. Good trade for BTR.
Really good trade, and Amon is online. Picks Albert too, and he's got that Sky Piercer, so you know he's got a couple on the Sky Piercer now. But I think even Lunar wasn't expecting that. He burned the flicker too, but still went down because of the range with the Brody that Amon has. So really good placement there. You could see the difference. He's a 1.3K ahead of Siggy Boom. So, you know, it makes sense. I guess this was worth the trade in that blue first pick, Uranus. Given the space, you know, this is probably the best performing hero by Shogun so far throughout the past couple of days. You know, at one point he played Uranus back-to-back, and now he gets it in game 2 to hopefully get Bigetron by Vitality to game 3. The Lord is up. BTR will go ahead and start this one up.
My God, talking about that Uranus on Shogun. What an intimidating paperweight. Essentially what it is. Even with the Astral Echoes, the Uranus just adds more to it. Instead of ending fights with a period, Shogun's Uranus ends it with an exclamation point. It basically just cordons off where Aurora Gaming can go, and it allows Bigetron to control range, to control engagements. That's why Amon is sitting at 3-0, which I think puts him at maybe 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer. They have just so over fights. Aurora have to find a way to play the map. That's the only other option.
Yeah, he's definitely got the stacks here. This has been a rather low kill game too. It's just more so of here's one pick here, here's one pick there. Objectives, this is very objective based right now. Just because again, Aurora Gaming's line is really built on allowing Siggyboom to come online. TNZ really has been not efficient, you know, on the Harley. He hasn't been able to convert kills or put pressure really that we're used to seeing.
Look at this. Unfortunately, the range on Aurora isn't as good as well. They could not use the Holy Shield to take care of the wave, and Pop Lord, massive circling eagle. Pagu flickers in the ult, but E-Man is the man, dealing way too much damage. Ushering in the Lord down that inhibitor. 2 down from Aurora Gaming, and Joseph, we might get what you've been asking for oh so dearly throughout the night. We might go to game 3 as Nanael goes up, but he takes down the Rose Queen. The Thorn Queen gets picked off, and just like that, the base cracks. BTR forces us to go all the way.
Aurora takes Marcel. Oh no!
What?
Just
Coach
a fade.
He would rather Fanny's 10. Okay, so I don't know. Is this 9 games? Does midnight fall for the trap? Could it be a trap? Could it be a snare that's being set up by BTR by Vitality?
If that's a snare, man, that's a robotic snare being set up here. Right now, I think that's the heavy choice. You know your tournament lives, or anyway your grand final life line here. What do you go for? Do you prioritize the Barretts? That they do. It's open, minus it. Put in the hands of Lunar. Again, just as Shogun is the Uranus of Games of the Future, I would say Lunar is the Barretts so far, Games of the Future 2026. Now the trade, Belric is there. You can go Belric. And then I think whatever build up it. I was going to say, Aurora's kind of fallen off. Valentina seems to be the way that teams like to go more so now.
Weirdly enough, I file Eudora under the same folder as I file Rafaela. Like, they need a very specific setup, but they're not weird when they come out. And because of the first pick Barats and the way the bannings went, it's a Paquito. What an opener for Bigetron by Vitality, Paquito and Belric. That's it. I think they don't need, well, might be an overstatement. I think they're set on front. I think this is good.
Okay, let's see. Frontliner is pretty good. This is also taking the Paquito out of the hands of Z. I don't know, man. I don't know what else Tienzi might play here, but there is still that Harley. Okay, he's going to go in the Nolan. I was going to say, I don't want to see the Harley, but the Nolan makes better sense. Oh, get the Matilda. This is scary, man. If you're Aurora Gaming, that's sweet. By the way, we love those skins. We love the people that play together, stay together, right? So you have Matilda and you have Barretts. That's deadly enough because now your dinosaur is flying, man. He already flies enough for the flicker, the guiding wind to help that out and make this setup for Nolan. We've already seen this, I feel like 100 times, Lee. Daytona's welcome, perfectly set up, boom, Nolan burst.
Yep.
And then you get out.
Even without the whole Barats moving over to Major League XP laner, even as a jungler, he was always, accompanied by Matilda. So that was always a combo. Circling Eagle, as welcome was so years back. So here's BTR, not changing too much of the form. It worked wonders in game number 2. That's why we're here in game number 3. Moreno's Novaria. You know what? That buff was minuscule. All right. It was literally just a little tweak on numbers, but I guess the kit just really fits the playstyle. And again, the whole team.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird that Novaria has slowly crept up, not entire. I wouldn't say she's like so just like big Vitality that's really running with it. We'll see if it pops up in the matches tomorrow, but I think it's enough to work, right? I think because she fell off the meta for quite some time. You forget that, the Astral Echo is actually pretty valuable. Gives you some vision, gives you some little extra hitboxes to work with. Her Shatter, still pretty good. The can kind of be safe in current meta by playing from afar is also an upper hand. So the mid lane has kind of gone through that switch up that we were asking for. It's these solid choices that come through. The Valentina, the Vexana now, the Novaria. But it's changed, right? Because of some of the nerfs that went out, too. There are going to be some ban out here for Aurora's mid laner, for Rosa to choose from. You've got that Selena now being banned at the... I don't know if if Rosa still wants to take Valentina?
Still open, weirdly enough. Ults to steal as of the moment. Wrath of the Dryads. Metro Echoes. There's the Claude. Again, I was 50-50 on the Claude being the pick for Siggy Boom, but Coach K. Dot makes that decision for them. Bold lane is looking tight. What else will be left after this? One more ban. Will we go back to the likes of Granger, Moskov? Where?
Moskov has been just non-existent, huh?
Okay, so bots,
Oh, Baksha last ban.
Are they foreseeing a utility jungle BTR?
Potentially. I'm not really quite sure on the Baksha ban because, again, the Phygital still flex, right? That's expecting here.
They can be Esmeralda Red 4, right?
Yeah.
To deny
Yep,
it the answer to the Phygital, and then, you know, because Aurora can get Esmeralda Gold Laner. That would be really good if they can find that in Blue 4-5.
Yeah, that'll tell us what ends up happening based off this Red 4 pick from Bigetron by Vitality. The Raphael, oh, they take the page out of Aurora Gaming's book. So this is going to be, yeah, the mid. Wait, yeah, mid lane. Is it going to be? Will Moreno be on the? So Varia, Finn's going to be on the Raphaela. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's pretty normal. So I
Yeah.
think they took it to heart when I said, "Yep, they don't need to invest in the front line anymore. It's all in on the Phygital Eric, and then they'll just sustain till Aurora don't make no sounds no more." But Aurora can still, you know, go. I don't know if it's good anymore because you're gonna get kited.
Well, I guess maybe that's why they have the Matilda. You know,
So they can
might
kite back.
help. Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh. No, not this combo. It's this combo.
That's right. It's
the flying full barrage.
It's the mobile artillery. And then, of course, Rosa just ends up with a Valentina once again. How does BTR pivot from this? This is massive range. Sure, you can kite. Sure, you can out-sustain. But with the range that Aurora are playing with.
Oh, Midnight, what have you cooked up here? We've only maybe seen this combo. I'm talking about the Ixia and the Matilda specifically. Oh, literally a handful of times a year or so.
Midnight and Apex 47 have been cooking in the lab for too much.
Yep.
The fact that they're playing this with Grand Finals life on the line, they forced BTR to the way. BTR answers with a ranked game nightmare. Really, tonight alone, in the past hour, Joseph, thousands of people have gained stars on the rank ladder because of this young lady. I don't know if she's young, she's an elf, but because of Mia.
Oh man, I think she's like 1,000 old, man. Like Mia,
like
though,
that.
of all people.
Okay, but a little bit of a nugget of wisdom, all right? I could name like a half a dozen pro players who say, don't sleep on Mia. One major tournament in the past say, why did you ban the Mia? Or why was the Mia an option? Oh, she's legit. Her kit is real if she can get there. So I guess she's approaching Hanabi status?
Maybe, again, Hanabi has popped up. We even saw this yesterday. We saw the Hanabi yesterday. Who would have thought that we're going to see a Mia today in Game 3? The last one between these two teams. I know some people are excited out there, people that have, you know, desperately wanted to see the Mia, and now we're going to see it. We're going to jump into this A Land of Dawn for one more time today. Will this be an answer for Bigetron by Vitality to get them to a grand finals, to once again have a rematch against ONIC Aurora Gaming? Make it happen with the Ixia combo with the Matilda. This is a great Game 3 ahead of us.
I'll tell you now, if it was a contest of what the hells, Bigetron wins. Like Ixia, yeah, if the Ixia Matilda combo was, you know, from out of left field, Bigetron by Vitality is playing on a different sport entirely. Like this Mia.
This is what? This is they see the Ixia like, hold my phone. I'll do one better, you know? It's, I mean, a Mia coming through. Because we have to talk about the potential here. I mean, so different just seeing the gold lane. I mean, the frames alone, an Ixia versus a Mia battling it out 1v1. Whoa, meanwhile, whoa, up top. Oh, flicker burned.
Lunar smelt it.
Lunar.
And Moreno had illusions, so you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, this is so odd, right? But essentially, I think one of the thing that makes it so scary for the Mia specifically is, again, the passives that build up to her, you know, that attack he gets, the ability to basically have this kind of debuff removal built into her ultimate, that hidden moonlight. Oh, they're going to make a play.
All right. What you will about the amazing kit, but reviving a gank this early on is a no-go. The guiding wind saves Tienzi from sure death. But again, there's a reason why the Rafaela was drafted. People forget she has a passive, easy respawn.
Yeah, okay, respawn. That's one of those situations where you're just kind of like, you know, just wait till I'm level 4. Like, that's one of those things. But Turtle's up, and this is just going to go in the hand. He's going to be able to go ahead and secure the objective.
Ooh, massive Astral Echoes exposing 3 members of Aurora. And I think that they were just going to willingly give that turtle. But the price that they paid for, you know, the prize that they get is to bear down on Eman as well. Jury's out it though, because they didn't kill him a second.
Yeah, they didn't get him. He's protected now. I think that's what they're going to have to go ahead and do.
Whoa! Sigiboom, how does that feel? Your turn to get dogged by BTR, by Vitality. This will close the gap. Yeah, prior, Aurora was almost 1,000 up. Now it's just barely 500.
And you got to think how deadly this is too, Leo. The second skill of the Mia, that Arrow of Eclipse. You get that little bit of a stun, right? That you can actually pair really well. Oh, they're going to make a play on Eman again.
Eman is down.
Man, now he's up. Eman is down. Now he's alive. You know, that's good. That's what's going to happen.
I don't know what the economic value of respawning again just to die again. Finn here in trouble. Burst it down by TNZ.
Oh, okay. It's getting. They're gonna go back. They're gonna swing back to Eman's lane, so Eman is gonna be frozen out because he just can't play on this front side. This Mia might have just been a little bit too risky to pick up against this kind of lineup until he can get online.
This is tough.
I mean, look at this. This is a lot of gold.
Tough is not even covering the big. Oh wait. Oh, Astral. And Echoes. Tienzi has to back out. The shields on Matilda ain't enough. Even after getting purple, I think BTR should be able to score turtle number 2.
Yeah. They have enough control around it. Purple buff is going to be worked on by TNZ. But turtle's up. They've got control of this, and now Eman is Tier 2, so they're gonna fight for like.
Lunar cut down to half. There's an Astral Echoes of their own. Circling Eagle by Pagu. Finn very low, answers back. Oh, full barrage! Serving up a kill to Nanael finds the big dinosaur. Flicker forward by Rosa. TNZ by hook or by crook takes that turtle, but Eman takes down Rosa. So a turtle kill. Trade with Genzi. He knows Nanael's low, but Eman might punish. That's a bloody trade.
Yeah, if there was just maybe a little more damage on Sig, full barrage would have gotten a couple more kills, I think, off of that. It was a really well-placed one, but again, just not enough damage, but that is something. That's a preview, basically, of what Bigetron by Vitality has to war, especially later on when we get fights. You can see that, you know, yeah, it's a little bit of a trailer. He's got the Corrosive Scythe. Looks like he might be building up the Sky Piercer next. Not just picked up his Sky Piercer, so he's going to be looking to pick up some stacks now. And then playing into it. Again, it's 1-for-1 in terms of the turtles. But it's been pretty dicey fights all around. You can see this. He'll pick up a Chastised Baldrin.
So that's good for the Barats. Again, the main source of damage right now is still Nanael. Maybe a little bit. Moreno still building up. Just picked up his cooldown boots, and of course, already has a lightning truncheon. Speaking of which, much like Kelra earlier tonight, Nanael's Pakido makes quick work of a turret when left alone. So this final turtle spawning the upper quarter, I think this is beneficial to Bigetron because this will at least buy time for Eman to farm up, recover from the early game beatdown, and then give Aurora Gaming false hopes of taking that turtle since they're like 1-for-1 each. But Sigiboom, this early on, did you see that? He built a Sky Piercer already.
Yep. I saw him going for that when he actually locked in the Corrosive Scythe. So this is a good adjustment, though. Bigetron by Vitality is still doing a pretty good job at not letting things get snowballed out of control for Aurora Gaming. This is going to make a great, though, for the third and last turtle of this game. You can already see Eman making his way up for this fight. They want to win this one. And now that they're online, and now that they have Sky Piercers across both These stacks are going to start to matter here if they're built up. You can see Rosa holding on to the Wrath of the Dryad. Might be looking for an opening here.
Whoa! Look at that, the repositioned. Throw him into the wall. Set up, but TNZ falls first, and the damage from Sigiboom's full barrage ain't there just yet. Eman with the forward flicker. Arrows taken down. Pagu. 3 for no. Bigetron by Vitality. Take the turtle, and 3 kills for free.
Oh my goodness, Moreno's on the hunt. Sigiboom's there. Oh, no. Sent out the Star Shatter. Oh, no.
All right, so a little bit of delayed gratification for Aurora, but I give all of that to BTR. That's a win for the robots.
Yeah, 100%, man. Also, 2 stacks that went over to Niall. So now he's got a couple stacks of the Sky Piercer. We've seen this before. Back in game 1, when it was TNZ with the Paquito. You have to worry about Niall. Start thrown out there. They're going to go ahead and take this orange buff. So they've got that. Purple is secured by TNZ. Now we have to see how Aurora Gaming wants to make some adjustments across from this, because they fall behind a little bit. They maintained a gold lead earlier on. Now they're the ones trying to work from behind. And this is also where Eman, I feel like after, you know, the first, 5 or so, where he was just punished picking a Mia and not having a level 4 burning flickers. Now he's ahead and actually pop off here a bit. Even more so if this game extends when he gets his, you know, Trinity of items locked in.
8.5 minutes in, I think it's official. E-Man has been anticipated. He can now go around the map threatening kills even more than Sigiboom with his Sky Piercer, which has maybe 0 stacks. Something tells me something closer to like 1, maybe 1 stack or 17 stacks, something like that, because he died and he got a kill, and then he's fine now, but 0. This is setting it up. That as well. Come on to nothing. Shogun just sidestepped that. Bigetron by Vitality, they know that they have to finish now. The mid-game to early game, late game power spike, because once Sigiboom comes online, like for reals, after this whole, you know, pre-15-minute puberty stage for the Ixia,
yeah,
this is where BTR lives.
And Sigiboom is he close? I'm trying to see. Okay, he's still working on it. I think he's quite delayed. I wonder what the gold difference is between on cue. Good call there. You can see the difference. It's just 600. Oh no, sorry, it's just 1,000 gold. Well, that's quite a bit in terms of what Emon's dealt with, and that's why they just blitz this Lord, man. Very quick work. Emon's online.
No doubt. Emon been online as soon as Aurora Gaming kind of alleviated the pressure on his neck at 6 or 7 minute mark. So now BTR by Vitality knows that they have to make the most of this downtime from Aurora Gaming. Aurora Gaming are, I don't know if they know that they have to hold it down. If they have to like force it to the 15, 16 minute mark without losing too much, because that's where I foresee them actually getting a dub. Oh no, Lunar's trapped.
Trouble.
Lunar's trapped.
Okay, he's got the turret at least. Oh, they're gonna pressure this?
Fine.
Okay, no. They just get the turret. I didn't know if they were actually gonna go and try to follow through off of that in between both turrets, but they stayed disciplined. I think one of the big things here that glaring problems right now for Aurora Gaming is quickly Bigetron by Vitality is able to move across the map. They take their 2 turret. Part of that is because it's a combination of expanding rivers, but also having the Rafaela, right? That little speed boost that our hero gives you is just helping them be everywhere. And I feel like even when you look aiming, some of the reactions of the player cams here, you know, they're seeing the map be taken from them, and they just can't move fast enough, even with a Matilda, which is so interesting.
Yep. The Matilda's mint is relative because she can only really, you know, yeet someone out one at a time. All this while, Bigetron by Vitality, Holy Healing, speeds up everyone in your vicinity. Yeah. And then Moreno, who kind of takes care of himself. Astral, his second skill, Astral Recall.
Oh, no, Recall,
Astral, the arrow,
opposite
basically.
of the Star Shadow, yeah.
Yeah, it allows for him to kind of move through walls. So that's basically, you know, guiding wins at home for himself alone. And now they're going to trap Kenzie, gets away, survives. Woo!
Okay, taking a shot there too. TNZ going to be fine. But yeah, I think it's just one of those cases where in terms of mobility, Bigetron by Vitality is S+ tier, you know? Aurora Gaming is good, but it's... Maybe I'd put it at S-, just because, like you said, you get that whole speed boost, and also Moreno can base care of himself. And honestly, at this one gets jumped on, you have that ultimate, right? You can actually just go ahead and pop that, gets rid of the debuffs, and then you can kind of move and reposition yourself. And so now, whoa!
Flicker! That is welcome throw, answered by an Astral recall, and then echoes. Shogun still alive. Punches by Nanael. Lunar gets pulled back. Full barrage takes down Gun. Aurora Gaming's win in quite a while, given they spent so many battle spells and ults to get there.
Oh man, they used a lot. Nearly everything to make that happen. They've still got some room to breathe here, but because of the respawn, they're just full forced against Bigetron by Vitality. Felt on the Lord.
BTR knows that there are no more resources for gaming. That's why they go blitz the Lord. Nanael knocks it out. Puts a jersey on that Lord. Second time this game. It'll spawn in mid, if I'm not mistaken. Should be a clean go, so they can sink these waves pretty well. 13 minutes in. I'd say Aurora Gaming, even with the whole tango there with the pickoff, are still looking at a maybe 16, 17-minute berth to be able to, you know, say, we can do this.
Yeah, it's starting to come to fruition, though. I think a big part of that, again, if it sells those 3-ish minutes that they need, Sigiboom is nearly, has the items pretty much that I need to. He can be threatful. It's just more so of can he set up a full barrage and utilize it. Astral Echo.
The most beautiful I've seen. All 5 members of Aurora exposed to BTR's push. Fortunately, Aurora made the most use of that time and space in mid. They are able to clear the waves. No inhibitors fall. Not today.
Okay, I think that might be all that Bigetron by Vitality gets. They got all the tier 2 turrets down, but they aren't approaching these base turrets just yet to knock them down. Top one is damaged quite a bit. They've got some waves to work here. Now Bigetron.
What is Rosa thinking? Look at how far Rosa is. Emma now eyes are. Rosa's a little too far off. How did he end up there?
I think they wanted to potentially go for a play. Wait, Rosa canceled the recall.
Rosa
I think they want to make a play here. He's up after the Dryad.
Yeah, that would be ideal if they got it. Circling Eagle. He finds Eman and the taunt. A little bit of damage. Eman will get thrown down. Pagu file the pick off the Mia for the turret. Joseph, I don't know if that's worth it.
Oh man, I mean, I thought he was just gonna recall, but then I guess he got the signal to go ahead and try him on. He had the Wrath of the Dryad. They do that. So Aurora Gaming takes a bit of a risk there. They lost their top base turret. Lord's gonna be spawning in about 50 seconds. Opposite of the opened up lane of Aurora Gaming's base.
Ooh.
That is tough, man. That is tough.
Okay, just doing a little bit of math. If it wasn't in the long lane, might have been worth it. But for Bigetron by Vitality, this feels nothing but just a speed bump. They haven't lost their lead. They're clearly red. I'd say Aurora still needs to look at that 16-minute timer. Sigiboom currently is sitting on... Yeah, just hit him. What is that, a DHS?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe if he goes to DHS. I don't know. Is he just going to be completely glass cannon? Is that just because you have a Matilda here? Oh, yeah, DHS. DHS is locked in. So he goes that. Enough, though, Leo. Like, I mean, if they go into a full fight and don't lose anyone before the Lord fight, that full barrage could change an entire fight. And that's why it's such a big risk pick. This Iksha. Lunar's got to get some stacks here, man. He's got to go stack up. He's got to get that big form here on the Barats.
Oh!
We'll see what they do.
Z. Finn puts him at half. Lord now approaching half health.
Oh, no!
Moreno already throws out the Astral Echoes. Used to pick off Rosa. So Aurora are a man down.
Oh, without Rosa, I think you just have to let this go. What can they do here? I mean, they're just blocked Shogun. Just going to be that tree right in the choke point. Lord secured now. Here for Bigetron by Vitality. Really tough for Rosa to go down, and that timing. Have to defend. Oh, that's Rocco.
Slowing him down. Pagu does the only thing. Matilda circling Eagle defensive, backs him up, and that's enough. to keep himself alive. Lord spawns up top. There's a lot of work Aurora has to do to survive this push.
Okay. They can do their best to, I would say, just stay in the game here. This might be the case where they lose their base turrets. With what Bigetron by Vitality has been able to do, again, they're just better. They're just finding these moments better than what Aurora Gaming has been able to do. TNZ will slow it down, do as much damage to the Lord so that it's easier to deal with, and it looks like we'll manage these waves that are pushing in. So that might have been enough to just go ahead and nullify this Lord take.
Yep. More than enough. Aurora Gaming flourish in this position. Answers with Dennis Welcome from out of nowhere. Throws him into two allies. Pulls him in with the missile expert. Shogun with the flicker. Enchanted. And there will be a trade. Shogun for 2. Rose and Lunar down. Sigibum looking for more. Oh, that Wrath of Dryad sequence was amazing. But it will end in a 2-for-1. Down bottom. Mid lane still standing. Aurora still breathing.
Oh man, and Leo, a respawn at this point in the game. When everyone else has 30-second timers, you just bring them back.
Oh no, Aramis at home. The Rafaela makes so much sense. There's still a wave. Still minions coming in from all angles. Full barrage coming through. Down goes Nanael. Circling Eagle, but Pagussard. No waves. No waves with just Sigiboom and TNZ left.
Okay, Sigiboom and TNZ can defend this, and now Lunar and the rest are back up. This should be able to stay in the game. Bigetron by Vitality might literally make a play.
Oh, another. Dennis Welcome throw in. Shogun into the wall. Shogun, no one home for the rest of the Dryad. Recall plus a Star Shatter into the face. Picks off Sigiboom. They need Sigiboom. I don't know if they can win without Sigiboom. The freeze. Oh, the TNZ is exposed. There's still minions. And Amon and Finn wailing away. Bigetron by Vitality are going to the grand finals.
It's a brand new day as a
Yeah.
He's so good. Like earlier, like he's from the back, killing me with. I didn't expect that.
Yeah. And do you trash talk on the website?
No. I'm just hyping my team.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
It's very good to see hype your team. I mean, now you're facing ONIC. Let's be real. The team hasn't lost a single match here at the Game of the Future here in Astana 2026. Do you guys think you guys have a great chance of competing against them and having strategies over?
Oh, I think in terms of I think we have potential to beat them again because before we already beat them in finals. So I think we're just gonna do what we're doing before. We apply it. Yeah, I think we have a high chance also.
Perfect. And last thing, you have anything to say here to anybody on the stream, on the fans, to your family, anybody here? You have a perfect opportunity before we let you go.
Oh, thank you so much for supporting us, Big Troopers, and also people here from Astana. Thank you so much. Hope you guys see you again tomorrow for the finals.
Definitely, we are looking forward. Thank you so much for coming here on the Dust Camp for the conversation. Congrats again.
Very much. Iman once again. That was Iman from the team Bigetron by Vitality, and we appreciate him so much. Now you can go. Thank you very much. It was awesome to talk to. I mean, Iman has a great fan base here, not only in the Philippines, not only in Indonesia, but in the whole world. And now we can see the kill participation here. 92% of kill participation there. 338, 800 GPM. Is always there, always on point, always getting the kills. And now just behind the cameras, he's taking beautiful photos with all the fans that here at the beautiful JADWAL Arena. Just incredible.
Incredible performance. I mean, that was one well-deserved final match, because if it actually went like a 2-0, that would have been different. The whole experience would have been different, but we actually needed a third game to have that excitement running through the whole tournament. But all this excitement, and it's all because of the freedom to make this happen and bringing all this excitement to you and to us and the people in the arena. Big thanks to Freedom for being a partner for MLBB here at the Games of the Future 2026, and this is
for third place. So Aurora Gaming and the team of Selangor Red Giants are going to be playing here tomorrow, I believe at 2 o'clock at the, no, actually 4 o'clock at the local Kazakhstan time, and then we'll have an interesting grand final, and we'll see how Bigetron by Vitality can surprise us and can surprise everybody here. They surprised yesterday, the Pro Esports, they surprised today, Aurora Gaming. And tomorrow, ONIC will be interesting to take a look at. Moreover,